And I told her it's my boot camp workout. Is you actually get a good sweat in the morning. The only difference is I make her take me home with it.
Yeah, this had you going for a minute, huh? It's 6 o'clock, not 7 o'clock.
Yeah, it's
normally
different from this time.
Normally you plug it in for 7 and it's
Yeah, and normally we like reset. There's a way that Erica likes to reset the meetings, but I just did it for her this time. It's a work like a vision and goals workshop today, right?
yeah.
Cool.
How long you been with the city?
I don't work. I'm a contracted out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I did a couple meetings here a few years ago. Then I moved to Orlando for a year and a half. And then I've been back here since January.
What were you doing in Orlando?
Going to school.
Oh, where?
I was going to Valencia with the intent on going to UCF.
Right.
And then I got a full-time job, and I was like, well, I mean, full-time job in the industry I want to work in, you know what I mean? Might as well take that.
What were you studying?
TV and radio production.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Well, I'm a professor, so I'm always asking, what are you doing? What are you doing? What you study? You told me you're studying. What are you studying?
Yeah.
So any plans to continue that?
Yeah.
Where?
I don't know. Yeah. It's
Okay.
kind of probably somewhere online down here,
Okay.
and then
Have you checked out the program at Miami-Dade College North?
yeah, I acted when I was little, and I did a lot of stuff with them.
Okay.
Like on.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know how much online there is. There's almost everything's been online now.
Yeah.
The college is going back to face-to-face as they have indicated.
Yeah. Where are you a professor?
I teach history at Kendall.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
What kind of history?
Mostly U.S. history, because that's a required course for graduation. Yeah. And now and then I get to teach world history and things like that. Yeah. So.
That's one of my favorite subjects.
World history?
Yeah. Huh?
Thank you for the comments.
Oh, you're welcome.
I started the meeting, Erica, and
Okay.
we're on YouTube now.
Okay.
So it's
Perfect.
just
Yeah, we should be
matter of
starting soon.
It's paused recording right now, right before we start. I'll run up and start recording. But yeah, I plan to go back. It's just a matter of finding
So
time.
did you actually take some classes? Do you have some credits
Yeah.
already?
Yeah, it was I was there for about a year and a half, so I took
We'll pay both of those. And then this one is the median project
Right, right.
of Waltham,
Just that
Sienna,
one.
which we're getting $1 million.
Okay. And we anticipate that one to be. Okay. So we'll actually be able to cover that.
Right.
That one. And then the senior meals so that covers it, right? We
Right.
don't have to add.
Yeah, that's not a capital project, it's for meals.
And we have to account for the money.
Right.
Okay.
Jackie, did you ever find where you needed to go?
All right. It's 6 o'clock. Let's get started. Erica, would you call the roll, please?
Mayor Mitchell.
Here.
Vice Mayor Best is absent at the time. Councilwoman Bravo.
Oh.
Present. Councilman Fahed.
Here.
Councilman Vasquez.
Has anyone reached out?
He confirmed.
He's coming?
Yes, that he was coming.
All right. Let's give him a few more minutes
Okay.
then. I'm sorry. I didn't realize. I thought I saw him earlier. Here.
Heidi is like 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay. All right. Sorry. Then we'll just hold off.
Bob said he's a couple of minutes away.
Okay.
Okay, the Vice Mayor will be here in a few minutes.
Okay. Thank you. Give Councilman Best a few more minutes to get here. Vice Mayor at best. It's confusing sometimes when our meetings are at 7 and then we have a workshop and it's at a different time and we don't, may not have realized it. Before we get started, while we're waiting for the Vice Mayor, for the persons who want to speak, if you see something on the agenda that you want to speak on, when we get to that agenda item, you'll have the opportunity to speak on it. If there's not something in particular on the agenda item, you just want to address the council ahead of time, I'll let you do that when we get started. Okay, so there's 2 opportunities to speak. I think I hear his voice.
Yeah, and Heidi too.
Mayor, this is embarrassing.
We,
I'm late for a meeting.
we couldn't get
You didn't-
started
You didn't
without
set
you.
the clock back. You should have set the clock.
The city attorney helped me up.
No. All right, now we can start. Erica, call the roll, please.
Mayor Mitchell,
Here.
Vice Mayor Best, Councilwoman Bravo,
Present.
Councilman Behet,
Here.
Councilman Vasquez.
Here.
There's a quorum present.
Okay, let's do the invocation. Councilman Vasquez, everyone stand.
Heavenly Father, we come to you tonight as your servant. We ask that you bless us tonight as we meet to discuss a 2-year plan for this city. We ask that you give us insight, camaraderie, and that we are able to complete this task in a timely fashion. And in your name we pray. Amen.
The Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge
Allegiance
The allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America
and
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
How you doing, kid?
All right, thank you everyone for being here, and we're going to, this workshop that the council called together is in essence a town hall meeting, the equivalent of a town hall meeting, to allow us to talk about goals, ideas, and also to hear from residents and get input as to issues that are important to you and concerns that you would like us to address. So what we have is a list of our city manager provided a list of projects and planning initiatives that the city has been working on. And as most of the council members realize, you know, just because we changed council members up here, the city business doesn't stop. It continues on and on and on, and your services continue despite who's up here. So a lot of issues are ongoing and have been ongoing for several years. And sometimes they're coming up for a vote or coming before us because this is when they happen to come up for a vote. But I really want to thank our city manager, assistant city manager, and all the departments, directors and staff that they keep the city going despite the changes that are occurring up here, you know, which is just how it works with elected office, that no matter what, your garbage gets picked up, your, you know, the roads are taken care of. Every time you call for service, it's there. And some of the things that we're going to discuss tonight are things that we're always working to improve the city, the services. There's always room for getting better and better. And that's, I think, the purpose of this meeting, right? Okay, so what we're going to do is we have a list of initiatives here the city manager provided, and he's going to read one at a time. I'll allow anyone who wants to speak on that particular initiative to come up and speak, and then the council will speak on it, and then we'll move to the next one. But if there is someone in the audience who wants to speak to address the council on something that's not on here, come forward now. And there's no sign-in sheet today, so just come forward now and you can address this if there's something that's not already, you know, that's not on the agenda. Is there anyone?
Jim Llewellyn, 81 Carlisle Drive. Real briefly, you guys have all gotten a lot of input from me over the last few weeks, so I'm not going to go into that right now. I do see an item on there, the parking garage, which kind of ties into some of the ideas that I've been talking about. But really what I'm here is to say hi and say thank you guys for serving, for running and being up there. And I know there's a lot of people excited about the fresh faces and whatnot. So we just thank you for your willingness to serve, and we hope to see a lot of good things happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Jimmy.
Anybody else?
Hmm.
All right, then let's go ahead with the first initiative, William.
As you mentioned, this is something that's in the works for a few years now. We've all heard from the residents side over on Forest Drive and Stafford Park about the flooding issue. So this first infrastructure project project is the Oakwood Forest Drive, Stafford Park, East Drive Stormwater Flooding Project. The funding for this is to address the safety and flooding issues on the east side of town, from Stafford Park to Oakwood, including Forest Drive. Additionally, stormwater drains and pipes will be added on East Drive from Stafford Park to the new Oakwood pump station on Oakwood Drive. The estimated cost of this project alone is 1.7 million. Currently, our city engineers, as you know, council at the last meeting approved an expenditure to hire the engineers to do the preliminary survey and design for this. So they're currently working on survey, background data collection, and preliminary design, so that when funding is in place, we can quickly complete the design plans that will be issued with the RFP for bidding on the construction. The funding sources for these, as you know, we have a straight appropriation for this, which is 1.5 million. And the second funding source for this will be the 5.8 million that the city scheduled to receive from the American Rescue Plan. So we can use part of that money for the difference between the 1.5 and the 1.7 estimated cost. Project timeline, depending on funding timeline, we could potentially commence this project during the next fiscal year 21-22.
Okay, and I wanted to mention, with this project and two other projects that are on this list, the East Drive Stormwater and Road Improvement Project, which the state appropriations, this is a project that for over 2 years, we've requested from the state to address issues to improve the east side of Miami Springs, you know, from East Drive to Lejeune. There are a lot of measures there that could be taken to make it more consistent with other improvements that we've been doing throughout the city of Miami Springs. And two of them are the East Drive project, which would address flooding and road improvements. And the other one is South Royal Poinciana from East Drive, from the middle school to Lejeune. If you look at that road, it just doesn't match the rest of the roadways in Miami Springs. There are no trees, there's no median, it's a 4-lane wide road. You might as well be anywhere else in Miami, but there's nothing to make you feel that you've entered Miami Springs. These two projects that we've requested appropriations from the state for several years now and have gotten very close, but the governor has vetoed him. This is the first year that I know of that we've gotten 3 of the 4 projects. Usually we get 1, maybe 2, even, you know, kind of percolates up to the top. This year, 3 of them have been approved by both the Senate, the state Senate, and the state House, which I can't thank enough State Representative Brian Avila and our state Senator Manny Diaz for getting these through the House and Senate for us. And also our lobbyist up in Tallahassee, Becker Polikoff, who have really, really worked diligently to make sure that these stay on the top of the pile of, you know, of what the legislators have in front of them. Now we're just, it'll go to the governor, and the governor has the right to veto anything that's presented in front of him. So hopefully we've got our fingers crossed. This is really, really close that we're getting. And, you know, we're going to make it there one way or the other. But I've got my hopes at this time we've really accomplished this. So the projects, when William's talking about the state appropriations, it's money that will, if the governor doesn't veto it, will come to allow us to do these projects. And then the other part of the money is, in everything in life, no matter what crisis, there are always silver linings. One of the silver linings of the pandemic, I guess you could say, is the CARES Act. And that with this American Rescue Plan, the cities or municipalities are going to get funding to help them get these projects. So we'll actually be able to, with that money and the state appropriations, complete some of these projects that have been in the works for several years. Okay, so I just wanted to get that across so we're all kind of in the same page in the council also. Is there anyone that wants to speak on this particular project?
I just wanted to add one thing to what you commented about, also about the improvements to the area. It also helps with traffic calming.
Yes, absolutely. And thank you, Tammy, for saying that. The reason that it was even initiated is because traffic calming, this area, South Royal Point, Sienna and East Drive, we have a lot of drive-through traffic very fast. And the South Royal Point, Sienna was the only area in Miami Springs that had a speed limit of 35, which was
Right.
nowhere else in Miami Springs did we have that.
Right.
And it was really required a lot of work on our part to get the county to lower that to 30 miles an hour, which only makes sense to be consistent with the rest of Miami Springs. And that was Commissioner Sosa really helped us on that, because the county kept insisting for that type of roadway, 35 miles an hour is what is applicable. So this will help a great deal with traffic calming, with pedestrian safety, with just, being able to get out of your house for the residents that live in that area and feel like they have a pleasant, enjoyable area when they walk out, consistent with, a lot of areas that we have throughout the Springs. Okay, so council.
Through the chair. Right. This is a wonderful issue. This issue has been up here for like 3 or 4 years. The outgoing mayor, the last thing I believe he said in the mini meeting before the other elected officials were brought up here, he said, please do the right thing for the east side. And you know what? He's right. Willie Bain was right about this. This has been going on for a while. That place is underwater when we get a deluge in this town. The traffic calming thing, Tammy, right? That's also part of it, but this is the right thing to do, Mayor. And we have the money. And regardless, and God only knows what the governor's going to do, but let's keep our fingers crossed. I'm totally behind this, Mayor.
And we've been behind it over and over, even when, when we get the disappointment that it doesn't go through, we've just been really diligent about pursuing this year after year. So it's going to happen.
All right, well, through the chair. I've been getting some feedback here and there where they don't understand how putting in the median would alleviate the traffic. I'm sure there's plans in place of how it alleviates, but I also agree with the mayor in respects to we have not really paid attention much to the east side of Miami Springs, and they are a part of us. So I think that would be a little nice detail and a nice presence for our city. Also, people are under the interpretation that these are going to be paid through our property taxes. They are not. They are grants. And there was a list that William Alonso provided on the website, and I don't know if we've perhaps shared it somewhere else, but I want people to really look into the items that we're putting online so they can see if property taxes are being used or this is grant related to calm, what's being said on social forums and within the city. So I'm in agreement with this median. I think the east side of Miami Springs, growing up on the east side of Miami Springs, they deserve it. We're all one city, so we gotta look good from both ends, not just from one end. So.
And it's the reason that we haven't been able to do it is that because we're not using our own funds, we're asking for state appropriations, which are actually tax dollars that are paid to the state that then the legislature decides how to distribute them. Our projects merit as much attention as any other project in the state, as far as I'm concerned.
Sure. And Mayor, I believe the last veto was during the pandemic. I think it was also influenced by the fact that of the financial uncertainty of the state. That last veto by the governor. Several months ago, I even had a discussion put on the agenda just because I am the easternmost person on this council. Probably I'm an east side guy myself, and I get a lot of phone calls from people. That whole area between Eastwood and Oakwood and Forest and Lee Drive, like that is the Bermuda Triangle of flooding over there. I've gotten pictures from residents where they're standing at the storm drain, and we know it's not a problem of necessarily of the infrastructure. It's just my understanding is that things get backed up. And when Tom Nash was here, it was discussed that the answer is the pump station, and I know that it had been something that was all part of that same funding that was going to go with the road improvements for East Drive, and we're also trying to do the improvements in South Royal, and I'm all for that. But if I had to just say one thing, no matter how we find the money, the first set of dollars that come in have got to go to mitigate the flooding issue. We need that pump station on Oakwood. It's people's properties. I have residents calling me. We had a real bad flooding event, you guys remember, back last year. But then there was another event like a couple months after that. And in the middle of the night, residents are like filling sandbags in their garage because water is coming in. I mean, it's just they're at their wits' end, and I know that we're going to do the right thing. We voted, as a matter of fact, a couple of meetings ago, or I think last meeting, to already get the engineering started on that. So couldn't be happier about that. I'm glad that was the first thing that actually came up. I know it's because it's something we're already working on, but you couldn't have more support from me on that one. Thank you.
Through the chair. Yes, I'm in agreement with the points that have been made. Having talked to many folks on the east side who feel that they're a little neglected, and it is a complicated issue, as I understand it. So the work that has to be done on East Road, right, because the park is lower than the road, I think is going to be very important. As someone who often drives across on Oakwood across East Drive, man, you got to have a rubberneck to be able to see the traffic because people fly down that way. So I think this is a really, really good project that's going to have an impact on the quality of life of folks. And on East Drive, where you have two schools, it's very, very important. So I'm delighted that we've got funding for this, and hopefully we can get this started really soon.
Through the chair, thank God for the federal money.
Well, it's our money.
That's right. And that's why it's so important for us to, request it from the state,
Yes.
because every other city, municipality in the state is, their projects, I'm sure, are very important to them too. But as far as I'm concerned, our project is the most important in the world.
Well, I through the chair, I still think we have to say, we have to pray, all of us, all five of us, that he's going to sign this. We've been burnt before.
But we've never gotten this close of having
No,
through the
no,
state
well,
and Senate so many
well,
things approved.
Once, and he nailed it.
Um,
For that.
I think the next item is pretty similar,
I think
William.
we've been
We
talking
pretty
about
much,
1, 2, and 3
okay.
altogether.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In a way.
Number 2 is the East Drive Road Improvement Project.
Right.
And the funding is requested to address the safety as well as flooding issues on East Drive between South Royal, Poinciana, and Northwest 36th Street. This design involves adding a traffic circle at the intersection of Oakwood Drive and East Drive. As you know, that has been the site of some serious accidents. And we've been working with the county trying to get a 4-way stop sign for years. They won't approve it. The only thing they would approve was a traffic circle. So that's included in this project. It also includes adding green areas to absorb rainwater to reduce flooding in the area. Additionally, sidewalks will be added on East Drive by Stafford Park. It would involve also milling and paving of East Drive from South Royal, Poinciana to Northwest 36th Street, additional bike lanes, and landscaping along Stafford Park. That's part of this project. And that's estimated at about $1 million. Current status, we need to develop the sign plan so that when funding is in place, we can quickly issue an construction. So as soon as we- Again, the potential sources are the same one as number 1, the state appropriation, as well as the $5.8 million from the American Rescue Plan. When this is approved by the government, we expect we can start on this one in 2021. You want me to go to the third one?
Yes, please.
Third one is the South, as the mayor was explaining, the South Royal Poinciana Median Project, which brings in what Tammy was saying about traffic calming. The funding is requested to address the safety and again flooding issues on South Royal Poinciana. A traffic study recently conducted by R.J. Baer concluded that vehicles traveling on these lanes drove an average of 10 miles over the speed limit posing a hazard to pedestrians and bicyclists. In addition, we work with the county to reduce the speed limits from 35 miles per hour to 30 miles per hour to be consistent with all other speed limits within the city. This design not only reduces the number of lanes on South Oral Point Sienna Boulevard from 4 lanes to 1 lane in each direction, but also adds bike lanes and green median to absorb rainwater in order to reduce flooding in the area. Additionally, these alterations provide an added benefit by allowing bicyclists to ride safely. Back when we did this about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, the estimated cost was about $800,000. Again, we're pending approval for so we can initiate the plan developments. Again, the state is appropriations for $1 million. So we think we were calculating 800,000. Costs have gone up, so the million should cover this. And again, depending on funding timeline, we could also do this project in the 21-22 year. So if we get all this, the east side is going to be see a lot of activity next fiscal year.
Which they deserve it. There's, you know, there's no reason that when you pull into Miami Springs from that area that you don't know you're in Miami Springs. So, and also a lot of the residents, you know, have to get in their car and drive to the other areas of Miami Springs to enjoy the bike paths and the, you know, walkability and shade canopy and everything that we have. And this is just providing that connectivity throughout the city, in addition to addressing some really, really serious issues that we have with flooding and safety.
Mayor, can I just ask you a question of the city manager? So the, just for a point of clarification for myself, the 5.8 million of the American Rescue Plan, that's a second funding source, so that one could, if one fell through, that's another option. And then what's the likelihood that that 5.8 million is coming in?
As a matter of fact, last week, the Florida League of Cities sent all the managers a form that we have to submit to the government. Because remember, some of this money is going to come directly to cities, so the population over 50,000. If you're under 50,000, the money goes to the state.
Right.
Then the state distributes it to us. But remember, I told you we're going to get 50% up front,
Sure,
the money, and then the other 50%. So they wanted all the different cities under 50,000 so that the state can have a list, and as soon as the money hits,
right.
so it should be coming down soon.
Okay, wonderful, thank you.
If I can just add to that, sorry, I'll just to add to that, yeah, so the money should be coming in half of the money should be coming in June, and we're still waiting on the Treasury Department to give us guidance. As far as what the monies can be used for, that's what we're waiting for the Treasury to really advise us on. There's some ideas of what we can use it for, but we want to be absolutely sure that whatever we're getting from the feds, we're actually using legally, so.
So Haiti, so through the chair, so we are not absolutely guaranteed that we're going to get this money, is what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay.
The money is coming. As far as we know, there's no question about whether or not it's coming. The money is coming. It's coming in 50% now in June. June, right? June of this year. And then the other half is coming at a later point. The question that's in the air is how the money can be used and what we can actually appropriate it
Like
for.
the 50-50 kind of thing?
No. Like, can it be used for a water and sewer project? Can it be used to buy masks and more hand sanitizer? Like, what can we actually spend the money on? So that's what we're waiting on the Treasury to advise.
The infrastructure, the guidance that we got originally was that it could be used. The first is for revenue loss, cities that lost revenues. For example, when our golf course was closed for 2 months, things along that nature. That was number one. Number two was water and sewer infrastructure projects. And number three was broadband.
Right.
That's what they originally said we could use. Now, and in talking to other managers and to the county, the question was asked, when you say water and sewer, it's a stormwater project considered part of that. And they said they believe that it is.
That it is, yeah.
So that's why they're waiting on the guidance from Treasury on not only how it can be used, but let's say with music, what the paperwork requirement is going to be. Because here they're giving you the money up front. And what I want to make sure is that when we use that money for a project, they don't come back a year from now and say, well, you should have done it this way.
That's kind of
up front.
that's kind of where I was going with this. So to be clear, it's bifurcated in a way. It's the state funding and it's also the federal funding. The federal funding is the 5.8, right? The other is what comes out of Tallahassee. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay. And as far as the paperwork, that's one thing that I know I've gotten a lot of comments from Tallahassee and from other agencies where we have to submit paperwork to get refunded, get reimbursed, such as FEMA and stuff. And I can tell you something I've always heard when they find out I'm from Miami Springs, they go, oh, wow, your city is so good at submitting the paperwork correctly the first time. And we always get reimbursed for emergencies for hurricanes and all. And that's because of our staff that does it. I know a lot of cities way after we've been reimbursed, they're still resubmitting paperwork to get just reimbursed for money that, that should be given to them. So we're very lucky that our staff is really good at making it, dotting all the I's and crossing all the T's. And again, I want to thank Senator Diaz and Representative Avila for getting our appropriations up, past the state. This is a really big deal to get it through the Senate and House for us and, and just hand deliver it to the governor now.
I had one last question, Mayor. I'm sorry. Before we move on, William, do we have any renderings on the median?
Rendering?
Yeah, like how it would look and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I just wanted to see it because I want to avoid. Oh, there. Okay.
There's a couple different recommendations within the study, and there's very very preliminary.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Just something to start with.
Yeah, it's in its infancy.
Okay.
Well,
one of the reasons this came up, Councilman Bravo, is, and I think Councilman Best will remember. We had a council meeting where a lot of people came from the east side of town, and they were saying that the people that live in the apartment buildings usually cross the street with their kids or their dogs to go to Reagan Park or that area over there. And they were complaining about the traffic, the speeding constantly back and forth and all that. And that was one of the reasons this project came up, because of the complaints we kept getting from residents in that area that we needed to do something to calm traffic so that they could safely cross the street and go to the park and all that. So that's just a little background.
And there are no crosswalks from all the way. It's incredible, but there are no crosswalks from East Drive all the way to Lejeune on a road that is several blocks of residential, and it's a county road. Okay, the next project is the Canal Bank restoration.
Number 4, the Canal Bank restoration. Phase 2 and 3 of erosion control and stabilization of the collapsing Esplanade Canal Bank's north side. Engineering study states within 5 years, adjacent roads, mature trees, curb, and gutter could collapse, causing road closure, property damage, and loss of resident and emergency vehicle access to adjacent homes. Erosion is causing sedimentation and impaired water quality in this tributary to Everglades watershed. City was funded by the state for phase 1, which completed the stabilization of the canal banks on Esplanade from Norfolk Poinciana to Westwood Drive in 2015 and 2016. That year, we requested, I believe it was a total of $2 million to do the entire canal bank restoration of the city. We were only funded $500,000. So every year since then, we've been going back, asking for the rest of the money, and it's never been approved. Which I think what Councilman Best was talking about. Right now, this year, this was another request, and it didn't make it for some reason. So the good news is that we feel that the part of that 5.8 million from the American Rescue Plan can be used to complete this project.
I have a question, Mayor. If you don't.
Before you ask questions, let's see if anyone wants to speak. Councilman, anyone want to speak on this project on the Canal Bank restoration project. We have a lot of canal banks throughout the city that will be impacted or improved, I guess, by this. Okay, all right, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. For the city manager, can you just review for us what was done with that first 500,000? Because I know that some work was done. And can you give us a sense of like what percentage of the total amount of restoration that has to happen along the banks?
Yeah.
About 25%,
yeah.
a quarter of it.
Sure that much.
Okay.
If that.
And it was,
Sure that much because
Yeah, right.
it's a part 5 project,
mhm.
and we only did one part of the 5.
So like probably 20% then.
These
Oh,
are
well.
the rocks that we see along.
Mhm.
the
Yeah,
Esplanade
right, the
and
coral
stuff
rocks,
That are, kind of, supporting
Stabilizing
the canal banks from
the canal
collapsing.
bank and as well the roadway.
Through the chair, I don't know that much more has been done than Melrose
Mhm.
and Esplanade. I think that was the first part of it, right?
And if this isn't done to maintain, these roads can start collapsing,
Sure.
which are our city roads. So these are, there's a lot of maintenance issues just at your house that need to be done and money that needs to be spent. Because if you don't do it now, the results will be the cost and the results will be much more serious.
Yeah.
Anyone else have anything on this project? Any questions?
Well, I think through the chair, I think it's wonderful that we can, in fact, incorporate these first 4 issues at least into the federal funding going forward, as William suggested earlier. That's a big plus for Miami Springs.
And these are all sustainability
Yes.
issues.
Yes.
For our city. They're really very important sustainability measures for the benefit of our city.
I think we'll make a lot if the federal funding comes through.
Okay. If no one has a question on that, let's go to number 5,
Okay, now,
Parks and Recreation. Did you have
I
something?
use the color coding system
Oh.
for you.
I know.
So,
I noticed.
1 through 4 were black, which means we're getting funding from other sources.
Now we go red.
Items that you see red are items that would have to be
Decide.
funded from our general fund. And the first one is number 5, Parks and Recreation. There are 3 main priorities at this time. 1, construction of a new racquetball court. 2, painting the exterior of the community center, which is about, 10 years old now, Omar? 11?
Almost, yeah. Right.
And replacing the cabanas at the aquatic center. I don't know if you've been by the aquatic center lately, but those cabanas are taking a beating. Another consideration that prior councils, just for a little background, have discussed is relocating the tennis courts and the basketball and the racquetball court to another location, for example, golf course property. That was discussed at one time years ago, but it never went anywhere. The cost of these 3 things that we're discussing now is about $250,000. And these projects will be funded from the general fund, as I mentioned, through direct funding from city or via bank loan in the upcoming fiscal year 21-22 budget. We consider these priorities, and we'd like to include these in next year's budget.
Through the chair.
Vice Mayor, may I ask first so we can hear if anyone in the public has anything on that before we discuss it? Is there anyone in the public that wants to comment on this, on the Parks and Recreation item, the new racquetball courts, cabanas at the aquatic center, and the painting of the exterior of the community center? Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. I have two points here. First, would the 5.8 include this if we elected it to?
No, you can fund this.
It would be over and above. Right. Obviously, this $250,000 would not be for the relocation of the tennis courts to the golf. That would be mega bucks more than this. Okay, you answered my question. Thank you, sir.
And one thing I wanted to state when we get to these issues, this is really important in feedback that we give to William, because when he prepares the budget for the budget workshops in August, we start doing the budget workshops by telling him what our priorities are. That's what he'll submit in the proposed budget to us. So it's important for us to give him direction as to which things are important to us.
I would think, Mayor, through the chair, I would think that based on the how this is stacked and what we're looking at tonight, that we would seriously consider that going into August.
And I should say, it's not just input from us, it's input from the staff too.
Yep.
As to from the department directors
Yep.
telling William, because again, like I said, the city manages to survive regardless of how many changes are up here, and they've got their work to do. So it's very important, the input that he gets from his department directors as to the needs of the department.
It's also important, through the chair, sorry, it's also important that we maintain what we build and what we have built in this city over the years. You know, we can't just let it just not do anything about it. And so this is part and parcel of this issue right here, for sure.
Mayor, if you don't mind, I have a question. Can we have some elaboration on the construction of the new racquetball court? I know that we now have 2 4-wall courts that have about a half roof. Would that be like tearing that down completely and building a newer version of the same kind of thing? I'm assuming maybe, Omar, if you want to talk to that. It strikes me that something that would be closed in completely would require a lot more, just some clarification on what the plan preliminarily is.
Yeah, no, we're proposing not to close it the way it is now.
Right.
The way it is now is very antiquated. That's not, you don't see that anymore.
Mhm.
So we're planning on doing where it's kind of more like where you see like at the high schools where it has the 4 walls
Mhm.
and it's kind of open on the sides.
Mhm.
That way it's a little bit more space. It's more cost effective for us. And also it's a little bit easier to have more green space, and you can put trees that add shade and stuff like that. Closing it up like that is not an option. It would cost us almost triple the amount of money. And it's a lot more concrete, it's a lot bigger structure. So we're trying to dim it down a little bit. And
So
add
no
more-
roof?
No roof.
So it would be similar to like what's at Tamiami Park near the
Yes.
tennis courts and all, which is
Yeah.
kind
Similar
of
to
how
that.
the racquetball courts are going now.
Correct.
When
That's
they're outdoors.
correct. No one does I guess the indoor version outdoor,
Right.
because then you create roof leaks, then you create slippage with time. It's not conducive, and it costs a lot of money. And then long term, you end up having roof leaks. You got to fix the roof. So it's a problem that most cities don't want, unless they're building them indoors, like inside a community center with wood floor. Then that's different. But in this capacity, we're trying to provide the community with some racquetball courts and not spend an enormous amount of money at the same time.
Omar, you're through the chair. Omar, so your thought is, or as William mentioned earlier, to relocate it to possibly the golf course?
Well, we've thought about relocating the tennis courts and the racquetball course or the golf course.
Well, I know, but
It's another
that's
dynamic. We've thought about either leaving them there where they're at, or we've thought about doing it at Stafford Park. Those are the 2 options where we'd have to put a concrete pad. There's an area where the playground sits, I guess you could say on the southeast corner of the park, where the gazebo's at, kind of where there's some
Mhm.
shade canopy there. We were thinking about maybe putting a concrete pad and maybe putting some courts there.
interesting.
If this area doesn't work because the water table on that canal rises a lot and it creates a lot of cracks. So depending on the engineering that if we were to do it, and let's say the engineers tell us, dude, you're going to spend $60,000-$70,000 on a racquetball course and they're going to crack in 6 months, then we have another location as a plan B, just in case we run into that issue. So those are the 2 spots we've kind of looked at to be able to provide racquetball courts. And then also maybe help the east side of town, where they kind of tell us, what you got to talk about earlier, that we never do anything in that part of town. So that's kind of the way we were looking at it.
And I think the issue years ago, just before I was on the council, I know of relocating the tennis courts was because of that location where the tennis courts are, that ground with the canal right by there. It requires a lot of maintenance. And so I think that's where, from what I remember, the idea of moving, instead of spending so much money each year or every 2 years or whatever to resurface the tennis courts and all, to move them to an area where they don't, the ground doesn't require that much
The
maintenance.
tennis courts, they suffer. They're in good condition because we do them every year.
Maintain
in
them
our
a lot.
rotation, and we're maintaining them every year. But I've seen them where we do the courts, and in 30, 45 days, you already see the cracks. And that's usually not. You'll see them 6 to 7 months in a normal. And if we do them and it rains a lot, it'll be faster. It'll be 2-3 weeks.
Usually it's longer than that.
Yeah.
Come on.
Oh, they
So-
go. They crack
We just
soon.
did them now in April. We haven't had much rain, but if we start seeing summer rain come around, yeah, Manny, we walk out there and it's funny. You can see them; they start to just steam up and crack, and it's just the water table rises, and it's just nothing you can do. We'd have to rip all that out and reconcrete that almost about 6 to 8 inches, which would cost us. At that point, like William says, you consider them moving the whole operation and just building it. new.
If you were to move it to Stafford Park, though, then you wouldn't have Manny overseeing it,
Correct.
right? It would just be an open.
It's an open area
open-
for people to just
right,
have
okay.
recreation, leisure, racquetball. Correct.
And I just want to mention for the council, the racquetball, if you don't play a sport, you don't really, you think, oh, it's there. But the racquetball courts are in horrible condition. Every time the ball hits the wall, plaster comes off. And I know that, over the years, the city has tried to, smooth it out and repaint it and prime it, and it doesn't matter. It's
We've
just so
tried
far
everything
gone that
to put a Band-Aid on it, and it just doesn't work. And there's a handful of people that use them,
Right.
to be very honest, and I'm embarrassed to talk to them because there's not much we can do.
well,
with their
it's-
bad condition.
it's something that, if you have something nice, like it's like our golf course. If it's not a nice golf course, there are a lot of golfers that aren't going to use it, or it's
Mhm.
not a nice tennis court, even though you say you have a tennis court. If there's cracks all over, kids will go play on it, but your real tennis players won't. And
And
the
to
same
get
thing
in,
with the
to get
racquetball
in,
court.
it's very difficult. I don't know if you guys
Mm.
ever seen it. There's like a door that's maybe about this high off the ground.
I played there.
You have to like get underneath it, and then when you get inside, you actually feel like you're in a dungeon. It's yeah, it's not inviting at all.
Does anybody have? Sure.
Yes. Okay, so question 1 for Stafford Park. I was under the interpretation when we were talking about that park a couple weeks ago, one of the meetings, that it's owned by the county,
It's owned by the school board.
by the school board. Would the school board be okay us relocating the racquetball court
Wouldn't have
over
a s-
there?
They wouldn't have a
It's-
say. Yeah.
Yes, they are.
Okay, okay.
They're open to things like that. The reality is that we do have to go through a process with them. We have to show them the plans. They have to have their permitting department go through it. It's more red tape for us. It's a big process, but they're not opposed to things like that. They put it on their board and they have to do their own, they got to accept it, things like that. But the reality is that the few times I've talked to them and we've done things there, they're pretty receptive to it.
Okay.
We just have to do what they ask us to do, which is pretty tedious, but they're okay with it.
Okay. If Plan B works out, meaning if it goes to Stafford Park, that area where the racquetballs play area is now, what would that become? Like once they dismantle the building, what are
Here
would that-
at the tennis courts?
What would
yeah
happen?
the tennis? You
would
would move
happen
the
there
tennis
only?
courts and the racquetball?
No.
Just the
If we
racquetball,
move the
right?
racquetball area, what I've just kind of talked to Manny's making it like a green space and add some picnic tables with some shade area. Right now, where his pro shop is, he has one shaded area, which is very small, with maybe a couple of picnic tables. And then when it rains, they have nowhere to go.
Right.
So it's just a
So-
green space.
So we would create a green space, maybe with a little shade canopy or something like that, where they could with some picnic tables where the tennis players can relax, get drink some water, or when it rains, they could go for shelter.
And when he gives, with the academy, when he teaches lessons to the
Correct.
kids, that they have a place
Can
to
be
sit.
used.
and-
Yeah, the area there sits right along the canal, so it's a nice spot where you can put a couple of picnic tables, a little area where someone's playing tennis, they can relax, or if you're playing doubles and you want to switch and go to singles, it's a decent little spot that we could do something nice there.
I agree with you. I agree with you. There's a lot of times I'm trying to look for picnic spots here in Memory Springs, and it's funny, you would think, oh, we can just go to Deer Run, but the owners don't want you sitting there in front picnicking. So it would be nice to have a little green spot there for sure. And then I guess I think that's it. As far as the tennis court flooring or the concrete, whatever it is that you call that, I guess we want to make sure we do that in seasons where it's not raining, where it's dry, right?
Yeah, of course, that's something that
Instead of
we'll-
April or summer.
No, we'll do that when it's, even if it's, I don't know if you know, like when they did the aquatic center, they poured and Tammy probably, they poured the deck on a day that was going to rain, and we freaked out. And it rained a little bit, and they messed up some areas. But as much concrete as they poured, it dried up pretty quickly. I don't know what they put in that concrete, but within hours it was dry. I was like, wow, because we expecting rain in the afternoon, and we're like, you guys are gonna pour today, and it's gonna rain at 4. And they were like, yeah. We're like, all right, that's on you. And some areas got a little bit, and they fixed it, but the majority of that deck was pretty dry within lunch.
It's a tough call, especially in the roofing business.
Yeah. So we were like, that's on you. So yeah, but we'll
Yeah,
consider
that's
it.
right. Get a solid job if we're gonna do it. Right?
Yeah, definitely, 100%.
Is there any other questions?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, Mayor, if you don't mind. So are there any other areas besides Stafford? I mean, with the flooding in Stafford, it kind of, I'm sure that would complicate moving racquetball courts over there. Were there any other ideas to put it anywhere there or the golf course?
The golf course is an idea.
I only say that I'm not proposing it. I'm saying it because it said it here that was
the reality is that we'd have to cost it out.
Right.
That's kind of where we could tell where we could put it at. Also, you don't want to put it somewhere like we thought about other areas in the city, but then you have parking issues. You have traffic where there's like, was it the Rio Vista Park is kind of empty. We thought about maybe putting something there, but that's also really low. So for us to put racquetball course, we have to lift all that earth up, which will cost us an enormous amount of money. At Stafford, what we're thinking about doesn't really flood there. It's one of the few spots in that park that doesn't.
The only part it doesn't flood.
You if you guys don't know about it, it's right in
where
that
the
little
gazebo
pocket
is.
that doesn't flood, which is unique. So they'd have to lift it up a little bit anyway, like we did the playground, but
just have to swim to get to it when it
yeah,
does flood,
probably you
yeah.
have to take a canoe to get there.
And one other question, does many have, at one time in my life, I played a lot. I competed in racquetball, and I haven't played in about 20 years. But I know that when you go from 4-wall with a ceiling to 3 walls or 2, some of the other configurations, if I remember correctly, I think Babcock has like a half ceiling. It just becomes a different type of game because it's not really. I mean, we talked about going into the door, but that's racquetball, right?
It's not true racquetball.
So right,
Correct.
So I wonder, and again, I haven't played in a long time, but I wonder how many people. I remember there was a group, like it was the same people. We'd always show up every night, but I wonder how many people are actually playing, and then how they would feel about if it did get moved, changing it to a configuration that really is a different type of game, and it tends to attract a different type of a more casual player versus the person who's really into racquetball.
100%. You're absolutely correct.
Right.
It will change. It's more towards leisure, recreation, racquetball than a competitive racquetball environment.
So I think that should be part of the calculus of making a decision like that. You may lose the people that are really the hardcore racquetball people that want to play.
Right.
So, okay, I just wanted to bring that up.
That is a very good point and worth consideration. 100%.
And perhaps you can tell us, when you look into it, what the cost differential would be.
Sure.
But I know the issue is with the outdoor courts with all the walls is the maintenance.
Yeah,
of,
no doubt.
The
I mean,
moisture going in, it really
I
affects the
understand that.
moisture, the
I
maintenance.
mean, I'll talk to the people too that actually play there. I can go that night and see when they're there and ask them if we went that route, would they be okay with it and still use the courts? See what, to get some feedback.
Right.
Anyone else? I wanted Omar just
Uh,
to ask you as far, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor. did
Go
you
ahead,
say?
Mayor. Go ahead.
The cabanas. The cabanas themselves are okay, right? It's the canopy, the canvas canopy, or the cabanas have to be replaced.
Structurally, they're fine.
Okay.
However, the tops are really bad, and we've tried everything to clean them, and there's just nothing.
But that's,
we can
so
do.
we're just talking about the canvas canopies, not the structure, not the metal. I guess they're made out of metal, the structure,
Yeah, I mean,
right?
the structure's intact. Look, I don't want to sit up here and say things, but we need to get rid of those cabanas.
Okay.
Straight
But
up.
let's
I'm
see
gonna be
if-
honest. I've always been honest with you guys. They are a problem for us. They look great, but there's other ways we could put. There's something else we could put there that look just as nice, and it won't look as bad. To clean
I
those are a nightmare. The furniture, we don't even use it anymore. It is a complete maintenance disaster for us. I'm never gonna sugarcoat things with you guys. I keep it real, and that's the honest truth.
Never go with white outdoors. Anyone knows you go with navy blue.
if you
And navy blue.
if you look,
Navy blue
you're
or
100% right,
green.
Mayor. The blue one that's in the back has been there the same amount of time as
Of
the white
course,
ones.
and it looks great.
and it's as dirty. If you
Right.
go really close, you look at it, it looks, you could see it, but from the when you drive by, you can notice.
Right.
The white ones are like, oh my God, they're really bad. What we thought about doing is adding what looks like a cantilever. So it's basically going from 6 cabanas to 4, but they're a little bit bigger. So they'll be basically bedded into the concrete in the back, right where the fence line is, and they'll come out. And they're cantilever, so they're like a blue tarp that comes out really nice. And you could roll them back also on days like hurricane and stuff like that. We don't got to take them down. You just roll them back, boom, and they lock in place. So there'll be 4 of them that come out really nice, which will come out a little bit more space, and would rent those 4 out also for birthday parties.
Would we be, as far as the revenues from the rentals would be about the same?
About
The
the
4
same.
as the 6?
Yeah, it's about the same. But sometimes now we couldn't even rent them out next to each other because people
That's
rent them out
weird.
and then they're too close to each other. And now with the guidelines and everything, it'd be different. So we thought about putting 4 and creating a little bit larger space so that you could have more people. Because right now those cabanas are like a 10 by 12, something like that. So you can't really have that many people in there for a birthday party. You can have 10 to 12 people maybe. But if we make it a little bit wider and make the canopy come out just a little bit more, then we could at least have, 15 to 20 comfortable. So we might be able to even charge a little bit more for the space. Because people see the cabana and it's nice, but they're like, oh, it's too small for a birthday party.
Right.
That's kind of the vibe we would get. So they rent the multi-purpose. So, but I just cringe because they're supposed to be white, but they're not. Sorry.
Yeah.
We
Okay.
tried. I promise.
Anything else on that one?
Yes, Mayor. I'd like through the chair.
Yes.
A little history here. For years in this town, there's been all kinds of thoughts about before the community center, before the pool. It was always thought that there was some thinking at one time in this town to move the pool to the golf course. I never thought that made any sense, but I do think moving the tennis courts to the golf course makes sense. Golf and racket. I mean, that's nationwide. That's how it works. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to be putting, playing the skins game, and having a bunch of kids screaming in the pool on a golf course. That don't work. Tennis does, though. Tennis and golf go together. They always have. And I realized that this would be a capital project going forward. Having said that, the other thing that would make a lot of sense as a capital project going forward, and it's not on the list tonight, but I'm just going to mention anyway, is City Hall and the Police Department. I think we need to be thinking down the line about how we can do this going into the future. And these are capital projects, but we're talking about moving racquetball courts and all of this. And racquetball courts should stay with the tennis courts, in my view. You keep it together.
On the list.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's on the list.
The new
Police.
Again, it's a capital project, Chief. But I think we should, God bless his soul, Councilman Paul Dodson, who used to sit next to me, used to push for that back in the day. And he was right.
Okay, thank you, Vice Mayor. I think in just a follow-up thought to what you're saying, I don't see it anywhere in the horizon that we're going to be moving the tennis courts right now because of the budget. But then perhaps relocating the racquetball courts to the golf course might be better than Stafford Park, because down the road, should, future councils have the ability to, and just get tired of the maintenance issues with the tennis courts where they are. And the added bonus of that, and I'm not saying right now, but the added bonus of relocating the tennis courts to the golf course eventually would be that we'd have a park space. We'd create a new park space, since we are very limited on park spaces, and that's a few acres. I don't know. how
Yeah,
big that
I've
is.
already had ideas for that when it's come up in the past, to put like a small playground with a gazebo or something like that, where people who live in that area, the community, could walk to the park.
Right.
You can have a couple, like the parking spaces that currently has, but it'll be a nice little park, especially with the canal. We've talked about that. But there is some space there, 100%.
Okay, anything else on that? Omar, if you'll stay, then we'll go to Number 3, Parks and Recreation. Project, another project.
These are items that will normally on your, when you do the budget workshops for the pier, each department will give you a wish list of what they need. These are items that Omar has had on his wish list in prior years, and let me just go through some of them. Number 1, redoing the walking path on Stafford, about $120,000. Number 2, the playground surface at Stafford Park, $80,000. Renovation of PB Dove Large Field, $150,000. Expanding Prince South and PB Dove to 70-foot bases, $15,000. Adding new batting cages to Stafford Park and Prince Field, that will be about $50,000. Shade canopies at Prince Ball Fields, about $60,000. New exercise equipment at Stafford Park, about $100,000. And number 8, installing 6 exercise stations along Curtis Parkway walking path, which is about $10,000 per station, or about $60,000. The total of all these items is about $625,000. I know we can't do it all at once, but I just want to know if there's anything on there that you feel is a priority that you want to try and include in next year's budget.
Through the chair, the first question that jumps off the page at me on this one is what, as a baseball aficionado, what is 70-foot bases? What is that?
Well, right now, it's a great question.
Thank you. I don't know.
Well, Prince Field right now, basically, we can host kids that play the 65-foot bases and like 47-foot mounds. So what happens is those kids now are getting older, and the fields and the league is actually growing with the registration numbers. So we only have one field in the city, which is Stafford South.
Only one, you're right.
That can host 70-foot bases. Right now, if I put 70-foot bases,
90-foot bases. That's
well, it does 90 and 70. But if I put a 70-foot base at Prince, it's basically on the edge of the grass of the lip. So we gotta have, by code, according to the baseball gods of Parks and Recreation, I have to have at least 10 feet by when the kid steps on first base. So if he runs through the bag, he's not tripping over a lip for the grass, because then we're in for a lawsuit. So what I want to do is rip out that basically that lip that's there completely, add an anchor at 70 feet, and then resod that field, just the lip of it. So then I could add games to another couple of fields of 70-foot bases.
No, the only true baseball field we have is on East Drive.
Correct. That's the only one that has 70-90.
That's 90-foot bases.
Correct. And there we have
70
70-foot. I
mound.
put anchors at 70 there also. So that's the only field. And I have almost, well, literally has about 4 teams in that age group. And they're constantly playing either there, or they're playing at Doral, or at Glades, or at Tamiami, because we just don't have the capacity to host those games.
The only reason I brought it up is I saw the 70 there, and that's not even in any rule book. So I don't even know what 70 feet is. I mean, you know.
That's what we're trying to do.
That project is $15,000.
Correct.
That's a pretty paltry sum for something that,
There's a
provides,
need. There's
you
a
know,
need.
right, that there's a need, and that if our kids have to be going to outside of the city to find other ways to do this, I think we might want to consider, trying to do, at least get some of them that are reasonable, that are within our reach this budget. Does
That's to
anyone?
do both of them, by the way, at 15.
Okay.
They're roughly about 7,500 each per field.
Yeah.
Does anyone have any other questions
I have a question.
or comments?
A comment and a question is, I know that walking path at Stafford, that's well used. And I think that's well worth that money. But the question is, going back, looking at Bob, the 5.8 million. But I think that amount for the usage, I see that quite a bit on that side of town. I'm actually on the east side, but I'm the beginning of the east side.
That's because you're from there.
Through the chair.
An East Sider.
I had a question. I remember long before I was on the council, but I remember a meeting, I want to say it was about a year and change ago, but I know somebody brought up, and I didn't hear about it again, about some type of lighting on the path, on the walk path at Stafford. Do you guys remember?
I do. I do roll.
I know, I don't know what ever happened to because again, I live a block from there and I know that a lot of people use that path. It's also, it's got some areas where it gets flooded a lot. It's got some areas where there are some roots, but I know that if there were some type of lighting like we have in the other paths, like there would be people using that all the time. They use it because when it gets dark there in that corner, it's dark.
We put a light there, which was, which we worked with FPNL.
In the corner, right?
In that, the southwest corner. We ended up putting a light there. Tom Nash and Spencer Dino.
Yep.
Did
I remember when you did that.
legwork there, and we were able to get that light almost at cost, right? I think something like that, like nothing. So that I give credit there to Tom and
Sure.
but we were able to put a light there. The walking path gets used a lot. Okay, even during the pandemic, people were there walking. I'm talking about 30, 40 people using that path every night.
If we were to do something with the periodic lights like we have on all the other paths, I'm telling you, it would benefit a ton of people.
I agree. It would cost more money, no doubt.
Right, but it gets
would look
used
much
a
nicer,
ton.
and it would definitely
ton.
benefit.
Omar, could you work out and get an idea of what the lighting, if we're going to improve the
Sure.
path, I think it's reasonable if the council agrees to go ahead and improve the lighting too.
Sure, we can get a
One thing
quote
goes
for that.
hand in hand with the other.
We can get a quote for that.
Anyone else?
Oh, excellent thought, Mayor.
Right, you're the chair? Yes. So yeah, I'm in agreement with maybe getting some of these items done on like number 3, 4, 5, and 6, which is what's a hot commodity. I see. I mean, I live right off of Ibis and I drive down Dove all the time by the high school, and I see it full of cars, full of games all the time. So I think there's a lot of, at this point, excess use. So I'm in agreement with that. Where it says the new exercise equipment at Stafford Park, 6 exercise stations along Curtis Parkway. I want people to go to the rec center and pay to use your gym. So I think I'm going to put that on the back burner. I think we have a beautiful, me personally, I would like to see more people at the rec and using the gym that we have there before we maybe look into other options, because you have a good gym there. I use it plenty of times. And if we can maybe increase the membership there, we can maybe use some of that money that we get to do the other recreational areas or exercise equipment on Stafford Park. I don't know, just an idea.
Anyone else? So can we give William some direction on this? I'm hearing there's 2 projects here that stand out: the Stafford Park walking path, and the bases.
Correct.
Which are both reasonable. Is there anything else that you want to add to this? This is again just for him to
Just for him to
when he
kick
works
around.
on the budget it'll be a proposed budget, and then we get to decide if it's feasible or not.
I'd be fine, Mayor, to answer your question through the chair. I'd be fine with the walking path and the lighting scenario. Those 2 things I would be fine with. The bases, I'm not down on that. No. And extending the bases to 70 feet. No, it makes no sense. That's not baseball.
Okay.
Well, come on, guys. Help me out here, will you? 60 or 90, one or the other, Little League or high school, college, NCAA majors. 60 or 90. There's no 70-foot bases.
The 12-year-olds play at
In-
70.
Yeah.
In certain, through the chair, in certain grade age groups, the bases get
12-year-olds play at 70.
So I think what Omar's saying is that there's an age group that gets to the point where they can't play here.
Can't play here no more.
Because they don't go from like 60 all the way to 90. There's
The only day they could play here is Sundays, because they can't use that field throughout the week, because soccer supersedes that field Monday through Friday, and Saturday there's soccer. So the only day those 3 teams can play here at home is on Sundays.
Well, hopefully they're playing JV or varsity by then. Let's put it that way.
But this is a nominal.
I know that. But once you're done with Little League, where do you go? You either play baseball or you quit playing baseball. Bottom line.
Pros?
No. High school. JV. Some people, a lot of guys play and gals play JV before they softball and baseball, before they go to varsity. But after Little League.
Through the chair, a quick question. Because my son played baseball for many, many, many years. So I was like a baseball dad. But I know one thing, you make PB to the specs where older kids can play. You're gonna have teams coming from all over. Like that's the one park that we don't have fenced in. So if you, I mean, I think that people go there and you do some drills, you do some stuff, but you make that now where it's kind of regulation for older kids. You're going to be having a lot of people just coming and using it, and you don't, unlike Dove, unlike Stafford, you don't have it fenced in where you can kind of control. So is that a consideration, like, or does it even matter?
Doesn't actually having PV open is a good thing for us.
Right.
And I won't put the bases out at 70 feet anyway.
Right.
I'm only going to put them out for a game. Usually those fields don't have bases on them because people steal them.
Right.
So we only put the bases out during the game. So no one's going to really tell. Having an open field is good for us. There are people that come from different parts, from either Hialeah. We have people from Miami or Hialeah Gardens come and practice there. As long as they don't interfere with the youth league schedule, we let them practice.
Okay.
Because a lot of those kids sometimes are from Springs.
Okay.
There's about 3 or 4 teams that practice here on the weekends that their children are from Miami Springs, but they happen to play like on another team from Hialeah or Hialeah Gardens. So those are our residents. They call us, hey, can we use the field on the weekends for practice? I'm like, as long as there's not a baseball game and there's not Little League, field is all yours. So that helps us a little bit because it gives me a place where I could send them to where I don't have to actually open up a gate for them or maybe charge them a fee. I'm like, hey, the field's open at 2:00 in the afternoon. You want to sit there in the sun? Have had it. I'll open the bathrooms for you.
Right.
So it kind of gives us at least a little bit of an opportunity for that.
Through the chair, as long as we're still talking about baseball, do it make a lot of sense? And maybe we should tie it to this item, to number 6. Put a grass infield on East Drive on that field over there.
It's a lot of money.
That's never happened since I've lived here in almost 35 years.
As much as I would like to have it,
a grass infield, make it a proper baseball field.
The maintenance of that is a nightmare, Vice Mayor.
Well, you guys do it. You guys do it at the senior center at Prince Field. You do it on the South Field.
No, the South Field is all clay now.
It's there too. Then.
Well, I will bring our Little League president up here. So the trick,
Fred, Mr. Rodriguez.
Vice Mayor, I'll be very honest with you. Having a clay infield, we could use that field for most softball.
But you can't use 90-foot bases for softball.
Correct, but the girls still use that field at Stafford South.
And we move the bases.
And we have portable mounds.
That's an argument.
Adding as much as listen, I'm a baseball guy. I play in a 40 and over league on Sundays, a wood bat 40 and over league. I still play baseball.
What's your batting average? No, stop it. I'm not kidding you.
But a grass infield for us is very difficult to me.
Cool. Yeah, no, so cross utilization. I get it. But there's never been a grass infield on East Drive, the only true baseball field in Miami Springs.
True. That is the only one that we have that's 90.
Yeah.
Homer, I have one last question. The playground surface at Stafford Park, that's 80,000 is quite a bit of money. How bad is that? I haven't been there.
It's not that bad, but it's getting there. So that's usually I start to put this on the list so that's one of those things that we can maybe another year or so, but
okay,
it's getting there. That playground's about 8 years old now.
Yeah, right.
And we're looking at putting the same surface that we have at the top.
Correct.
The rubber surface.
Yeah.
So what I'm hearing from the council is for the proposed budget as far as Parks and Work. This is all for Parks and Rec, right?
Yep.
Is the earlier items on 5, and then the walking path with lights, and then I'm not sure. You guys decide on the bases. I don't understand it. So
no, we won't talk about baseball anymore. We're done with baseball.
The vote goes is okay with me.
Okay.
All right.
Who's on first?
To the chair. Yes. One last question. Now that you touched Stafford, I was wondering, William, I don't know if you can answer this question for me. I know that it is owned by the school board. Do you think we could maybe make a request to them, or where we chip in 50-50, where we can get that light post up? Because we already did one. I don't know how our negotiations with them for the walk path that
it's not
that
one.
Walter was
It's
talking
not
about?
one. It's
What they're looking at is putting in lights that we have all along Ludlam. All those
Like the
lights
bike
that
bollard.
go-
The bollard
bollard
lighting.
lights that go all around the.
the whole long
Yeah.
road.
What light do we have now? We have
We have the one light that
It's
Omar
an
mentioned.
wood pole with just
Just one
one
that,
light.
that illuminated the area.
Flickers. And it flickers, it has
yeah, it's
bugs.
just a big light.
You have to be
Yeah,
careful too.
that's a-
Sometimes when we want to
White-
put in a light, like in a Pinel light, it
Mhm.
causes problems for residents
Yeah,
nearby who
right.
all of a sudden get the glare through their window.
Yes.
So it's like a
And
double,
that's-
you
we
know,
had to-
you have to
we-
be really
yeah,
careful with
it's
the
actually
placement.
I guess
right.
what I'm asking is more of a joint venture with them because
With the school board,
yeah.
The school
we,
board.
we could try.
Yeah.
Hey,
Um,
I used to be a teacher.
Councilman, I'll be honest with you, we've tried that and
Dr. Christie Frog.
they're not as receptive as we would probably like them to be.
Councilman Brown, I was just, Councilman Best was telling me today that he officiated a game at the high school field over there, and I gotta talk to you.
And
about
by the way,
They
we'll,
didn't
we'll
have-
discuss this later.
Yeah, he was, they had him sitting on a table and they couldn't even provide a tent. So,
Is there tomorrow?
I looked like a lobster after 3 scoring the game and announcing the game.
You're,
No,
are
it's
you there
terrible.
tomorrow?
Huh?
Are you gonna be here tomorrow?
Yeah, we'll talk. I suppose William has discussed that with you. I talked to him this morning.
We'll take care.
Thank you, sir. Sorry, Mayor.
Thank you, Omar.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Omar.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's move on to the next item, which is the golf course.
all right. The, Paul's here and,
Oh,
I think
come
you had a
on.
little presentation for him, Paul, some information.
Take one of each.
Just like one of each. Pass it back as well.
Take one of each.
Let me just read what we have here before I turn it over to Paul. The golf course turns 100 years old in 2023. The funds requested are needed to continue the path to prominence that we have enjoyed over the past few years and continue our increasing revenue stream cash flows to the city of nearly $2 million in fiscal year 2021 budget. Revitalizing the golf course playing surfaces by adding new and resizing current tee surfaces for more team rotations to accommodate increasing rounds of golf. Converting the greens to USGA spec greens to allow for more appropriate drainage. Floating fairways, surfaces to allow for proper drainage during the rainy season. This project will also address any infrastructure needs such as, but not limited to, roof repairs, repainting of the buildings, golf cart storage facility, golf course bridge, etc. Project anticipated start date, April 2022 and completion October 2022. So you're talking about 6-7 months. This investment to a facility, a property maintained, can last over 30 years. The cost of this, the estimated cost is $5 million. And as I mentioned in my memo, depending on funding, we could start the project in April 2022. But this project would have to be funded through the general fund via a bank loan, if council so decides to go that route. Now, Paul, is this something that can be done in stages too, or not?
No,
Has to be done all at one time?
all needs to be done at one time. Always done in concert because you're refloating the entire landscape.
So it's about 6 months.
It's 6 months,
6 months.
basically October 15th to April 15th, October 1st.
Through the chair, what is the status, William, of our loan burden right now?
Right now, we have two loans outstanding, the community center and the one we just did for the senior center.
Is it a fair question to ask you how much is left on those to satisfy them?
Probably around 10 million,
Is that where we're at, really?
Yeah.
I was gonna say 8, but
10 to 11 million, yeah.
okay, sure.
Through the chair, a quick question for Paul.
If you don't mind.
Go ahead.
I'm
No, no, no.
sorry, I wanted to open it up first that we hear from, and if anyone wants to talk on it so that we can address that
Mhm.
too. Is there anybody in the audience that wishes to speak on this issue on the golf course? Okay, thank you. All right, Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. Paul, give us a sense of the things that are on here. Are all of them, I know you say these kinds of things all have to kind of be done in concert. But are some of these things like maintenance and revitalization versus some things that are maybe something that we want to do to try to keep up with the times or to try to enhance or augment? That isn't necessarily, it's basically changing something or adding something new versus maintaining what we have. Is there a way that we can kind of parse these things apart, or is this a package that can't be broken up in terms of thinking of it that way.
I looked at trying to break it up. It really doesn't add itself to that.
Mhm.
And it's not changing it whatsoever. We're not changing the design whatsoever. All we're simply doing is putting new lipstick on it.
Right.
And that's, first of all, when you did the greens 10 years ago, I think, something like that, you did them incorrectly. So that money was just thrown out the door.
Mhm.
The turf itself, I don't know how old it is. I know the golf course is 100 years old. When I got here 8 years ago, we revitalized the dead animal.
Yeah.
Dead.
Right.
And we've done it as much as we can. And it needs to be replaced, and you're going to get 30, 40 more years out of it.
Mhm.
And it's something, because of the science of the turf, it all has to be done at the same time. You can't get grass from one field and the next year get grass from another field.
Right.
Then you're going to have immediate issues with it.
Right.
So it's the way it has to be done.
Paul, can you speak a second to kind of how you've done this last quarter? And I know that the pandemic has been hard on everybody, but just, do you want to give us just a sense of how the golf course is doing lately?
Well, I'm sure you got or William passed on to you how we've done in the first 6 months.
Yep.
By the end of May, we would have already we've been over 1.5 million. By the end of the year, I think we'll be somewhere around $2 million, if not over 2 million. That's because the conditions of the golf course are great.
Mhm.
COVID, quite honestly, was a great thing for us.
It helped you.
It helped us. Nationwide, play increased 20.6%. We're up more like 42%.
Wow.
Okay.
And we have more participants. I have more ladies playing golf now than I've ever seen in my entire 38-year career.
Wonderful.
Youth is the same way. People are getting their kids out of football and put them in stuff that they can't get concussions.
Yeah.
And so parents being more hesitant. So golf's on the rise. And because of our conditions, we spent 5 years getting rid of the bad word of mouth advertising we had.
Yeah.
And now we've been able to capitalize on the good stuff. And that's why we're doing so well.
Right.
And it'll continue to grow. But you're gonna, you need to do this. It'll reduce some of your maintenance costs, not totally, but it's gonna help a lot of it. And the conditions, people will continue to utilize the facility.
Mhm.
Anybody else?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Paul, to your credit, you and Lori, obviously, to where we are right now with this. We've done this pretty much without what we typically relied on, right? Canadian tourists.
Correct. Well, it's like,
Yeah, I mean, that a lot of people don't realize that the Canadian tourists aren't coming.
No.
Like they have in the past, and that's put us over the top, you know. And we're doing this in other ways right now, which to me is very interesting.
we're doing it in conditions, very good conditions. We have a good representation out there.
Mhm.
In the golf community, we're probably ranked in the top 3 golf courses in Miami-Dade County.
I agree.
We're a public facility.
Mhm.
We're a municipality, which is needed in golf.
Mhm.
And that's why I printed out these 2 things for you guys
Yes.
to review on your
Thank you
leisure.
for that,
But,
Paul.
nothing lasts forever. And we're at the point where we've brought it beyond its lifetime, and the life cycle, how much this stuff lasts. And it exceeds the life cycles, except for the irrigation system. When Lori and I got here, we called the warranty on it. Otherwise, we just spent $400,000 additionally on that irrigation system.
Yeah.
We didn't have a penny.
Yeah.
The people that installed it had to come in and do it.
Well, I think through the chair, if I might say, Paul, too, we're kind of held hostage in a way, the 5 of us, in terms of how much we can leverage the city
Mhm.
as far as debt. And I think that's what this whole thing is basically speaking to. This is an awful lot of money. And
It makes,
I mean, we could take the whole 5.8 from the feds and just throw it at the golf course and satisfy your concern. But then we wouldn't be able to do anything else for these other projects that we previously discussed this evening.
It's my job to bring these concerns to you.
Absolutely, Paul. Absolutely. And I applaud you for doing it. But by you saying that we have to do it all at once is somewhat of a concern relative to the actual funding that's available.
We have to do it all at once because it's the proper and the most efficient.
I respect your opinion on that.
Cost-effective way to
Totally.
do it.
I respect your opinion on that totally.
Certainly, we'd like to break it into 9 to 9.
Sure.
And do it at that point.
Yeah.
I looked at that.
Yeah.
And it's just not feasible.
I got you.
We're like kicking ourselves in the tail end there if we do that in 2
Well,
days.
the budget's right around the corner. Thanks for your presentations and no, and well stated in both of them, by the way.
Thank you.
Through the chair.
Okay, go ahead, go ahead.
One quick question. Yeah, can you give us a sense timetable wise of like at what point or do we get to where it's going to be so urgent that now it's costing us? Like what's the timetable of how long you can push this back? Can you push it back 1 year? Can you push it back 2? Does it have to be done this year or else? Like what's your honest assessment about a timetable for?
I don't think it's getting pushing anymore. It's been pushed 5 times now.
Okay.
You know, we keep kicking the can down the road. I'm gonna give you a perfect example. Cart Barn brought it forth, needed to do it, needed to replace it, needed to have something secured. So I came to the council. This is a perfect analogy, actually. Came to the council and I said, this is what it costs. It's going to cost $80,000 to do this cart barn. Council gave me $40,000 1 year and said, get the 40 the next year. So got the 40 1 year, got the 40 the next year. By the time I got the 80,000, you know what the cost was $110,000.
It went up. Yep.
Through the chair?
Yes, go ahead, Jackie.
Okay, so my question is here, because I think the golf course is very important to our community. It's something that's needed that adds value to our city. As far as the project goes, it says here there's an estimated 5 million. Is that an estimate that you've already received?
Yes, it is. We sent out an RFI. So we'd be intelligent about this.
Is it,
We can speak to
is it only one estimate or
2.
2 estimates?
Mhm.
Okay, and in that sense, I wanted to know, based on, I guess, like piggybacking off of Walter, by priority, because I know with certain construction items, when you get into infrastructure and it has to do with plumbing, I see you have PVC pipe under pressure to last. These are estimates of what the items should last as far as lifetime. If we have to, let's say, do plumbing in the building, that you're gonna have to cut through the tiling to get to the plumbing and whatnot. I was wondering if there's a sense where the scope of work can be grouped, where I don't know how to explain this, where there's like a domino effect. So maybe we want to group these 2 items together and get this done, and then maybe move on to the next project,
I would do the golf course first in answer to your question.
not the building.
The golf course is why the buildings are there.
Okay,
You don't need the buildings if you don't have the golf course.
got it. Okay, so that
You know,
was
so
my,
you're 100% correct. It's the golf course first. That's the heartbeat. The rest of it is the support system.
that's where they play.
That's where they play. That's where we make our money
My
in the
second,
golf course.
my second question is, I'm not a golfer. I would love to go golf. What are the membership fees for the golf court?
Well, they vary. If you're a Miami Springs resident, they're one fee. If you're a Miami-Dade County, there's another fee. We have Canadian members prior to this last year. There's another fee for them. And then there's junior memberships as well.
When was the last
Senior.
increase?
2 years ago.
And how often do you increase? Like
We
what?
come every year with you with
To
rates,
change it by law.
suggestion of rates and membership fees. But I try to move it up every year
I
to
think it's
meet what our expenses are as well.
right.
Our products are going up every year, so I try and increase it to stay hand in hand.
I mean, these are,
Remember that we have membership, which we have our fees, our green fees.
Green.
Which is what we actually charge golfers nowadays, and those are raised, what, 2 or 3 times a year?
Twice a year.
They'll come to council for the summer rates and his winter rates. That's over 90% of our revenue comes from that green fee.
Yeah.
but I
We're
think
we're
that's
your largest cash flow
right.
to the city.
To the chair, Paul, your carts is where you make your money. And we have been one person to our cart since the pandemic, right?
Correct.
So you've made a windfall there. There's no question about that.
Well,
You
we
got
want-
a horseman, you got 4 carts going.
We used them all. Thank God they are all out.
Yeah, so
That
that's
makes me happier than somebody.
No, I know.
Golf cart.
That's gonna go away though, once these things are lifted.
What about it? Went away 2 weeks ago and I was expecting to adjust this week.
Yeah.
And the demand for play is so high.
Still, that's wonderful.
We're sold out Saturday.
Nice, man.
You have a tee time on Tuesday. You can't get a tee time for Saturday. Sunday is a little different, but that's the norm, not the norm. Sunday's Mother's Day, so we don't have as much play.
Now they'll all be out there. They'll play in the morning,
I'm coming, but
take the wife out in the afternoon.
it's an adjustment. You go to the next Sunday, it's already 75% sold out.
Mayor, one last question. Since you said that the golf course is the most important, where we would want to tackle first.
Yep.
Can we get an estimate, 2 estimates? To
Sure.
just tackle the golf course, so we
Sure.
can maybe start on one project and
Absolutely.
then slowly move up. I mean, we gotta start
Absolutely.
somewhere, and I think that's a good
I mean,
possibility of.
Ray Floyd's dad and and he's a professional golfer. You're not familiar with
Ray Floyd?
He and I had a conversation, and he's a U.S. Open champion, a PGA champion, an Augusta Nationals Masters champion, and he happened to live in Miami. And his father and I were one time talking in North Carolina, where he's from, and he goes, Paul, one thing I've learned in this golf business, he'd been in it all his life. He goes, if it was up to me, I'd build a golf course. I'd sit on the first tee with a golf cart and collect money and put it in a cigar box. He goes, all the rest of this is ancillary to the golf course. And I learned from him right then and there. And as it heeds true, nothing else exists. If the golf course isn't there and people don't come, you can have the greatest restaurant. You can have all the best. Doesn't matter.
But I think added to that is the quality of the golf course is what I've learned from you,
course.
Paul.
What makes
It's
it-
not a golf course,
Build it and then they will come.
but like in every other sport, for people to play it, it has to be a quality or a nice
Be
beach.
quality.
You go to a beach that's a nice beach instead of, some little beach off, that's the water's muddy and dirty.
Through the chair.
And I wanted to, my understanding, and I just wanted to clarify this for everyone, is that there was a time, our golf course is a historic golf course. It's been here since, actually, I found out recently from William, it was here before the city was incorporated.
25.
Right. So it's a historic golf course. Some of I don't know much about golf, but I know Sam Snead and a lot of top legends have played here. And there was a time, it was always a very respected and good golf course. And then there was a period of about maybe 10, 15 years ago, I'm not sure, where to save money, the city started having people who were not really knowledgeable about how to maintain a golf course, maintain it in order to save money. And it just went down the dumps and nobody played at it, that no one was coming to play at our golf course that knew anything about golf. And because of that, Paul was recruited to kind of bring it back to its former glory, which has taken several years, but you've done an awesome job. And from friends that I know that don't live in the Springs, but come to the Springs to play, they tell me that they're in awe of how good our golf course is compared to how it had gotten. And they go, whoa, we started playing back in Miami Springs. And I know one of my friends who's a judge said some of his friends suggested they play in Miami Springs like 2 years ago. And he's going, no way. He goes, have you seen that place? It's, the course is horrible. And they go, no, it's gotten really good. And when he came to play, he couldn't believe it. And, he comes now regularly. So it's an important, I want to get that across, that it's not just maintaining like Paul says, the reason that the building is there and everything else is, because of the golf course, but it's not just the quality of the golf course. And for those of us that don't play golf, I know we get a lot of pleasure of looking, just like if you have a pool and you don't swim in it, you really enjoy looking at the water in the pool. The same thing with our community. I think they really appreciate, looking at the golf course and having it here. So I think this is one of those things that, it's a huge commitment, but we purchased the golf course from the city of Miami, I think,
Yep.
a few years back.
Yep.
What was that, 20 years? I don't even know.
7.
Okay. And, just like ownership of anything else, if you own a Mercedes, you have to pay the maintenance to keep it up, and the same thing, or it becomes, not usable. It looks you know, okay from a distance, but when you get up, it's not working or not functioning. So the same thing with the golf course.
It's an agronomic scientific issue. And it's ran its lifetime. It's actually past its lifetime. So we're late coming to the door.
But Paul and Lori and his staff have done an awesome job of bringing it back up to, you know, a top quality of, what are we in? The Premier? I always forget.
We're in the
Prestige?
Premier. We've been in that 3 years.
Yeah.
And it pays us dearly. We make very good money during the summer off.
Share with them what Johnny Lapacino told you today.
Well, I spoke with the president of the Premier Card, and he goes, you know, I look at your sales, and he goes, I'm just amazed of how well you're doing. He goes, we're all doing better, but you guys are knocking it out of the park.
Wow.
And he goes, you went from the bottom of the barrel to in the top three. Well,
That reflects on our community.
good
You know,
system. Yeah,
it's a reflection, just like schools and everything else. It's a reflection.
And Miami Shore spent money on their golf course, redoing it, I think 6 years ago, 7 years ago. And they're spending more than what I'm asking for, to just let us continue our success, to keep it going.
Well, I have two questions, and I think what Councilwoman Bravo suggested of perhaps, you know, putting our attention on the golf course itself and, you know, maybe delaying whatever with the building might be a way to get started on this. But two questions. One is the 6-month period from April, the $5 million estimated, does that take into account the loss in revenue from the 6 months that were not operational?
No.
Okay, so in addition to that, what would we be? How much would that, do you estimate that loss in revenue would be?
I don't think we're having any more loss of revenue. I mean, we're making revenue now.
Yeah. No, but I'm saying it wouldn't be usable. The course wouldn't be usable during that time, right?
No, it won't be usable during that. The driving range, possibly, but the golf course, no. No, it'll be, well, based on what we're doing now, you're looking at losing probably a good $1.4 million.
So that's an
in lost
addition,
revenue during that
in
closure.
essence, that's an addition to the 5
So,
million of what it'll cost.
Your
us.
season starts October
6.4.
1st, and you go up to April the 15th. And that's, you know, we're going from April 15th, we're going to the low season. So we're doing it in the low season. So we get around to the high season, we're ready to go with a brand new golf course at new turf. No design. I want to reiterate that. We wanted to go design, guys. We'd be talking about 25 million.
Yeah.
We're just putting new makeup and new lipstick on.
What's the longevity, Paul? What would it take?
30 to 40 years.
No.
Huge.
For the redo, for the.
From April 15th to October 1st.
Okay.
And the other thing, hand in hand, Miami-Dade County is redoing the well system on the back 9. And we've asked them for some money because we have to move a green and a tee. And during their process of redoing that, the Miami-Dade water system, well houses in the back 9, that's when all the destruction is going to go on with them. And the reason we're asking for it, not only is it needed, but it goes hand in hand with them coming in and us coming in, and we can ask them for more money and try and help, you know, set off some of the expenses that we've got.
Okay.
Not saying they're going to jump up and give us $1 million, but whatever they give us is just reduces what we got to get.
Well, usually if they do work, we can require them to bring it back to the former state.
We've been
right?
asking, we gave them a number of $250,000 for what they're wanting us to do. So.
Through the chair.
Yes, go ahead.
In respects to the question you were asking him in relation to the 5 million, I think the 5 million was an accumulative estimate for all of the items included in the description of the project.
Correct.
So what he's going to bring back to us, just to clarify,
right,
our
we'll-
estimates
we'll-
based on the greenery.
But added to that will be
drives
the
the money.
1.6 million revenue loss during the project.
Correct.
That will, you know, whatever it,
Right.
even if it's 3 million
You're right.
for the golf course, we're still going to lose the revenue during that time that it's not.
I think it's important, excuse me for the chair. I think it's important for Paul to bring forward to you guys also, since you guys are fairly new council, the importance of the cart barn
Yeah.
and the reason why we have to?
Well, our cart facility is a lean-to basically right now. It's not secured. It's been broken into 3 or 4 times. And with going forward, one thing that we're looking at in that cart barn facility, which is something that we could try and put off, but we're already outgrown it. We had 80, but because of our business, we've increased our cart fleet to 95 carts. So we don't have 15 carts are down in the maintenance yard undercover, but barely undercover. They're not secured. They're in the maintenance facility as far as that. They're not in an enclosed building. One thing I've been looking at is if we're going to do the cart barn, I'd like to do a separate standalone thing, something I had in North Carolina at one of the clubs. And the roof, make the roof out of solar panels and go back to electric carts.
Now we're talking.
Have them charged through the solar system. And I had that in North Carolina. I only had 40 golf carts at a very, very, very private club there, but most people had their private carts. But we utilized that to heat the pool and charge the golf carts. So I was looking at that as, as doing our part for the ecology.
That'd be great.
To the chair, but then you'd have to change your fleet of carts, right?
Well, we have to
Eventually.
for 5 years anyway. Our
Right.
lease is up actually in the
5 years.
to redo it.
I was more referring to the DERM.
Huh, darn.
Durham, the feds.
Durham came to us 8 years ago when Lori and I first got here. And we were looking at over $1 million in fines. And because the infrastructure wasn't built properly. Over the last 6-7 years, we've made those improvements. And one of the things that Durham required is that we house these carts in a facility that had the proper drainage, had the proper separators for oil and gas and synthetics. And we don't have that. We still don't have that, but it's something that Durham wants us to do eventually. So the cart barn building would be done, but again, it's something that we can do a make to shift to house all 95 carts and try and get through that and do that while we're doing the turf, because we don't need the golf carts if we don't have the turf.
Through the chair, is that included in your $5 million supposition here?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
The cart barn
Yes, it is.
with the solar panels.
With the solar. Oh.
And the.
That's
okay,
down and
that's
dirty,
just
bare
very-
bones.
And Paul, if we were to do this project next year in April 2022, that we could agree on the funding, that's right in the middle, October, we're going into August, September, October of hurricane season. What would happen if we're in the middle of this project and we get a huge hurricane hit while we?
Well, we're not going to have any facilities up. I mean, we're working on the ground.
But I mean, for the turf itself, what would happen?
Unaffected.
No?
No, I've been through Andrew, been through all of them. Andrew being the worst.
Yep.
We were closed for 3 days. I worked for the PJ Tour then. I had Key Biscayne, Eagle Trace in Fort Lauderdale, and Country Club Miami in Miami. And we opened all facilities in 3 days.
Okay.
Of course, Country Club Miami being the worst. Broward wasn't affected that much. Key Biscayne, I had to go out there, get escort by the police to look at the county's golf course to see if we would be able to have the tournament come February. And tell you what, there's a gentleman, Earl Gray, that the county had, that he pulled off a miracle, resurrected that golf course from the dead, because it was, we had sailboats and Rickenbacker Causeway. So
on the fifth hole.
So should we get a hurricane in that season? We won't be out the money that we
doesn't
put
affect the
into.
construction.
Anything
Through the
else?
chair. It seems to me, listening to all of this, it's ours. We got to do this. I don't see us not doing this. I just want to, share my thoughts on this. I appreciate Councilwoman Bravo's points because that's the priority. And that's it. I mean, as far as I'm concerned.
We own it.
Yeah, we own it. Exactly.
And and these kind of things are things that you pass on to future residents. I mean, we're maintaining, it's within, our care right now. And I feel very strongly that what we pass on when we leave this council should be in hopefully better condition than previous councils, and future councils will improve upon that too.
Not,
Yeah.
not through the chair, not as a historian, not only do I think it's important for historical purposes, but it's an excellent piece. And I
Well, it's a
and that
showcase.
for the next 30 years.
Yeah, it's a
40
showcase.
years.
It's a showcase for the city, no question.
Absolutely.
Through the chair, William, you have always been wonderful and bundling things. As far as costing, is this reality? I mean, can we figure out a way to do this in this coming budget going forward without raising taxes and without
Well,
bankrupting the city?
I don't know about bankrupting, but it would probably entail some type of an increase in the millage, depending on.
Yeah, well, that's I guess so.
I mean,
That's
you're talking on a $5 million loan for 20 years.
Right.
Wow. You're probably talking the debt service is going to be in the neighborhood of $300,000 a year.
where the money would be available right away, and he could go ahead and with this.
Sure. Right. Right. So you're looking about
You could push it out 20.
20 years.
And what would that do to the millage? I don't mean to put you on the spot here. That's not a fair question
Yeah.
to you.
It
actually.
all depends on but if you base it on this year's numbers, for example, you're talking about maybe 0.3% going up, so 7.33 to 7.63.
I don't like that. I don't like that. I'd like to figure out a way to make it 7.2. Be able to still do it.
Through the chair, really quick for you. That's where we have to get creative on budget.
I know. No, I know.
Process of elimination, reduce.
No, he's mad. No, Paul O'Dell has made a strong case tonight. Let's face it. Come on, man. He's made a very strong case. And I don't think I've heard a stronger case made by anybody that's ever run that golf course, including Mike Aldrich, Dan, and others. But that you've made tonight, and you've made, and your presentations, which you've given us to read and everything, I mean, it's all there. I mean, handwriting's on the wall.
And Councilman Bravo asked the right question. What's really important?
What?
I had one last
Really
question to the
important.
chair.
It's the turf. I mean, we need a cart facility. There's no doubt about it. But none of those exist again without the turf. Your revenue doesn't exist without the turf.
Mayor, one last question. Paul, when is this? I don't know about golf. When is your slowest season?
From around May the 1st to around November the 1st.
So do you think it'd be a good idea to maybe do it in those months where?
That's
what he.
Oh, that's.
Yeah, that's what he's
what-
talking about.
Okay.
That's where
The
he's doing.
hurricane season?
That's what I'm
Okay.
submitting. Close it down when we're absolutely at the lowest.
Right.
We're in hurricane season. We have more rainy days, but
Right.
those, we may have a little washout here and there on where we're shaping. But we look at the weather. I mean, Lori and I probably spend most of our time looking at weather to see what's coming down the road because we put out fertilizer applications based on it. We do treatments of our weeds and pesticides and herbicides when we know we're not going to get rain and leach through. We have to watch the weather. And in the summer, that's our less revenue area. And at the same time, we may get some rain outs. We may get a hurricane, but it's not going to affect us because we're working on the ground. We have no structure coming up.
Paul, you shut it down a week ago, didn't you, for today's aeration?
We did.
Yep.
5 days. Goes for.
Any other questions? Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
Paul, thanks so much.
All right, next item is item number 8, New City Hall Police Complex.
Yes. Hello,
Jim, did you want to speak on this? Okay, let's let William explain what it is, and then I'll let you speak, Sir Will.
This is just for construction of a new city hall, police, fire station complex to replace the current facility. The project would involve selection and acquisition of a new location, and once the facility is constructed, the current city hall location can be sold and proceeds used to offset the cost of the new building. We're estimating 10 to 15 million. Again, these are estimates based on the fact that we don't know what locations we need to acquire. whether, I have a couple of locations in mind, but I don't want to go into that right now. But I just want to be clear that these are long-term things. I just want council to be aware of what's coming down the line. It may not be this year, it may not be next year, but it is coming. This is an aging building. As you know, we were just out of here for about 10 months because of a mold issue. The problem is not only is it an aging building, but I know the police department has outgrown it right now. And we in the city staff, we've outgrown this building too. So at some point down the line, we're gonna have to look at building a new facility to house both city hall and police. So that's what I just want to make you aware of that.
It's not something
that's coming down the
urgent,
pipe.
but it's, okay. All right, Jim, do you want to speak on it?
I have a location for you. As you know, I've been advocating for a long time now, I've made it clear as of late as well that I think we should look at acquiring some property downtown. Specifically, I thought the theater property would have been the way to go. And maybe it still is. I don't know. Maybe these people, I don't know what the process or where they're at, but maybe they want out. I don't know. Maybe they're ready to get out of it. But I see a couple of things come together here. My idea there was to build a parking garage and a theater for us. And now that I see on here the police station and the city hall, I don't know, there's 1,000 things to consider as far as feasibility, but perhaps that would be something that we could incorporate as one big complex, what I kind of had in mind, like a town center, maybe the police station, fire station, city hall, and a theater. Maybe you could combine the theater with the meeting room for council meeting and whatnot. But we have a historian. I've always thought we should take the historical museum and incorporate it into it. So now we have one centralized area downtown with all that extra activity. Maybe that's going to feed some of the local businesses and whatnot. And Councilwoman Bravo brought up a pet peeve of mine. One of my ideas from the beginning is that we move the theater downtown rather than a residential area like the community center. That workout area has been a pet peeve of mine since that thing went up. I mean, we spent, I don't know, $5-6 million, and we have a workout area that's just ridiculously small. I've used that workout area many times over the years. Every time I go in there, it's like, what is this? This is a disgrace to the taxpaying residents of Miami Springs. And I've even talked to Omar in the past, well, maybe trying to take one machine and put it in a corner somewhere where you have an extra workout machine. You just can't, people, I've seen an elderly lady trip in there, and it's just terrible that we have that sort of a facility and that dysfunction of a workout area. So anyway, that all kind of comes together. And I couldn't resist commenting on that when we talk about this. We talk about the garage, the historical, the gym. It's all coming together. So there you go. You got your spot. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Anybody else want to comment on this item? Okay.
Mayor, if you don't mind, I have a quick question. What, in a plan such as this, what would happen with Miami-Dade Fire Rescue?
You'd have to agree to move.
They would move as well, even though it's county. Okay. Thank you.
Do they pay to rent that space? How does that work with the fire department?
Do they pay us?
Do they pay us to use that
Just
space?
pay
Do we
the
pay them
utilities.
for?
Every month they'll pay for the utilities and all that, but that's
Okay.
it.
I mean, it behooves us to have
Oh,
a
of
fire
course.
department right here in our
Course,
city.
right.
So I'm
I
just
didn't know
curious
what
as
happened
to,
with
right.
the facilities.
Anybody else?
Just one thing, I met with the chief a few months ago when I was campaigning, and we had very good conversation, and I realized how tiny the space was, and that there are actually some police officers in a satellite location, and spoke to William about this as well. So there's no doubt in my mind that this has to be done. So I like the idea of town center because I like the idea of a Renaissance downtown area. But I'm not sure if the footprint works for us and whether it's another location, maybe east of Miami Springs, but there's no question in my mind that this project has to be done in the foreseeable future. And I know that there's an item where it's been mentioned also about adding police officers and so forth and so on, which is also connected to the bed tax, et cetera. Yeah, this is this is something we or another city council will need to address, and it will be not too far down the future.
Just to clarify a little bit, Jim, on the recreation center gym, I actually went there and I do enjoy it. I just think it should be our first option before we work out outside, because I'm trying to create revenue within the recreation center with memberships so that we can invest in those outside recreational areas. But as far as, I don't know if Chief maybe has an idea, because logistically, I don't know what type of building structure or what type of street or area where it would be feasible for a police station. I mean, this is all I know. So I don't know if there's maybe an idea that you have in mind or locally or.
I don't really have an idea per se. I've attended several, I guess you would call them seminars on companies that do nothing but public facilities, fire stations, city halls, and police stations. And I've been just in conversation. So it's something that we would have to sit down with them based on the number of officers we have. Yeah, thank you. I got vaccinated. Based on the number of officers we have increased the number of officers since I've been here, thanks to the city manager and the council. And I think it's something that we have to also continue to look at, increasing the number of officers. You all are very well aware that our number one areas of issues and problems is the hotels. And if we could tap into that bed tax, not just for the police department, but for the city as a whole, that would be some much more needed revenue. But as the department grows, and as the city manager said, the police station or the police department outgrew this building way before I got here. But as the department grows, I have officers that are sharing desks, detectives that are sharing desks. I have supervisors that are sharing desks, that if they have to have a conference with an officer, they have to close the door. And I don't have an adequate facility to hold in-house training. We and luckily Omar at the rec center and Tammy at the senior center has offered us rooms if we have to hold in-house training. But it's something that sometimes is more conducive for us to be able to control it and have in-house facilities like that. But we would have to sit down with the experts, and again, based on the number of officers that we have, the facilities, the location, the entrance, the exits, where we come in with prisoners and things of that nature, something that with those experts and with us, we put together. Where the location would be, I don't know.
Anybody else? I personally, and I agree with you. I know that we've outgrown this building. I don't see this on the horizon anytime soon because of the cost, and there's other urgent things. But however, as far as the police department, you have grown a bit, and we're hoping to add more officers. Based on just the comments that we've been hearing from residents, they want to see our officers on the streets. They, and I know a great deal of the time of your officers is taken up by the hotels, and we're addressing that.
And not to interrupt you, but for example, on this shift right now, I have a supervisor and 5 officers. If 2 of those officers get tied up, maybe one making an arrest, let's say a hotel, and another one making a
backup
or a backup, or another one now involved with a mental health issue at one of the other hotels. Now they're tied up for several hours.
Right.
And so by having more officers on the street, we can respond to other calls while those officers are dealing with those issues.
Yes.
But as I said, the number of officers that increase, the facility.
And we are looking at, those issues of trying to get compensated for a lot of the extra services that our police department has provided that help the county, but, are taken from the services that we can provide for our residents. But I did want to suggest, should we get to the point we're probably there already, is we have a lot of vacant real estate in downtown Miami Springs. And I think we should explore before we jump or ignore the possibility of, obviously this isn't something we can do right now with the police department, is explore the possibility of renting more of that space like we have for the community policing station, of some of the empty real estate, empty properties that are here in Miami Springs, to accommodate perhaps a certain department within a certain division within your police department, like we do with the community policing group, because it is hard to work when you're so cramped and when you're sharing desk and when you don't have space to get a quick meeting. You have to find a place to, and a lot of the information that you're discussing, or most of it probably, is pretty confidential, and you need quiet places to talk. So
Question. Oh, Mr. Chair.
I would say that perhaps that might be something we can explore if there is something else. Or how do you feel about that, Chief? Is that something that's workable, or does not
I
that not
respectfully
works?
disagree.
Okay, all right.
Because I have, for example, I have a lieutenant and a sergeant that are not directly working community policing. That's not their duties, but they have to work out of the community policing because we have no facility or no place for them to work. So I don't have a good command and control when I have individuals spread out all over the place. If it was a large organization, I could see that having to take place. But I don't like my units spread out all over the place like that. It's not good command and control.
And the community policing station that we have now, if we find a larger space, that would be the community policing plus, and again, I know you'd rather have them all together, but not 3 facilities like this one, the community policing, and another one, but still keeping 2, that we have one larger, one that accommodates, or however you want to split it up. Would that be something that you think would
Well, I
be
think
workable?
what we
Would
have-
be better than what you have now, I guess, is what I'm
Well,
asking.
I think what we have at the community policing right now, I think it fits what our needs there right now. I don't really see the necessity of us moving community policing to a larger facility. We have what we have there, and it's working. Obviously I have a sergeant and a lieutenant working out of there, although that's not their main responsibility. But I can't see us moving from there just for a larger facility. Now, if we could house everything under one roof, that would be ideal. But that would be down the line.
Through the chair, Chief Guzman, just a thought here. Obviously, population kind of dictates a lot of stuff, right? I mean, when I graduated high school, there's 170 million people in this country. There's like 320 now. Yeah. Miami Springs has pretty much 35 or so years. My wife and I have been in the city, 13 to 15,000, just shy of 15,000. What's the dynamics of crime that come into this town and doesn't originate in this town but comes into this town? Is that a dynamic that you guys look at? I mean, as far as police work, police enforcement go?
Well, the number of arrests that we're making.
Yeah, I know. I read all that stuff. I know that. I know you've done a great job.
The majority of the individuals we're dealing with are, I would say a good portion of them are from the hotel areas, and they're not residents.
Through the chair.
That answers my question.
As a matter of fact, and we recognized him not too long ago, Officer Quiroga.
Yes.
Stopped an individual, I believe it was last week,
Mhm.
wanted by the U.S. Marshals, bank robbery out of North Carolina.
Turn them over.
And then, again, Officer Quiroga with some of his other teammates on the shift, with the assistance of 2 of our dispatchers, Hialeah Police had a homicide again last week. And it was known that this individual has been seen at the hotels. And Hialeah Police detectives came out talking to us, and Quiroga identified a woman that's been seen with this individual. And because of that woman, we were able to identify and give the Hialeah detectives the name of the individual that is wanted for the homicide.
Some good work, sir.
Chief, some time ago, you all were using the space outside here, the building around the corner. Is is that a possibility for expanding and being able to have more folks together in terms of cost? I mean, the mayor mentioned, getting some other spaces, but I understand your concern of having folks in different parts of the city. But what about some of those pods that were used?
Talking about trailers?
Yeah, the trailers that I'm sorry, I was looking for the word. Still in closer proximity, and then what would that do for costs?
Well, I think you'd also have to keep in mind of the traffic situation.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
basically commandeered Park Street, but we had no other choice. And the school was affected, the businesses were affected. So that's something we had to keep in mind,
Also, that worked at a time when, even though we were closing City Hall and when we closed down Park Street, it didn't have as much impact
COVID.
on the elementary school because COVID was
Correct.
closed. So,
Right.
we got to keep in mind that worked out reasonably well because everything was shut down. I
Correct.
think it would be a big disturbance right now with the public schools.
Understood. I'm just thinking about long-term new facilities,
Yeah.
short-term,
Mayor, if-
more and more pieces of the department at different locations is a challenge, right? So, okay.
can
But
I,
but I understand it, yeah.
Councilman, 1 second.
sure, she can go first.
Bravo is first.
Okay. Chief, on an average day, what is the ratio of police that you have? Not a ratio, but what is your standard police on duty on the daily?
It depends-
Forget about the hotels.
depends on the shift. Our day shift, obviously, we have our patrol officers, we have our detectives, we have our community policing officers. So we have a lot more persons working, the daytime hours.
Okay.
Afternoons and midnights, our minimum staffing is a supervisor and 4 officers.
So that's nighttime officers, 4 only?
Afternoon shift, supervisor, minimum staffing. That doesn't mean that that's the number that's working, that we will not go below that number.
So if you have to go past that?
There's more than 4 officers assigned to the shift, but we will not go, if, an officer calls out sick or requested days off or goes on vacation or is in training and not assigned to his regular shift, we will not go below that number.
So what's your maximum number, I guess?
On a shift, we'll have 6 officers and we'll have 6 officers and a supervisor.
That's 2 motormen, chief, right?
Depends on the shift.
Right.
2 motormen on day shift and 2 motormen on a modified afternoon shift.
Okay. And what's your total staff right now
45.
in the whole building?
The whole department?
The whole department, police, clerical, your,
Sworn officers.
Uniform police, sworn officers is 45.
okay.
We're at 45. We have 2 of those. Natasha, we just swore her in. She's in training. You graduate from the academy and you do not automatically go out on the road on your own. We
Right.
have what's called a field training process, field training officer. She's assigned to a field training officer for 4 months.
Okay.
We have another officer that just came on board before her, Lazaro Rodriguez. We were lucky he came from a larger department and he's got more experience. So obviously he'll get out there a lot quicker. So we have 2 officers that are in training that, although they count as 45, as part of the 45, they don't count as staffing as of yet because they're still in the field training process.
Okay, I'm sorry. I guess what I was trying to ask is the future building that you would need, I guess, in terms of space, I don't know how many officers will be at that particular site at one particular moment. Are they there every day? Is everyone there? Like,
No,
how does
not
that-
everybody is here. Not everybody is here on a daily basis. You got officers that are off or they're off shift. They're not actually working. They might be in training somewhere else. They might be on vacation. So no, not all 45 sworn personnel are working at the same time.
Because I'm trying to get an idea of it. So you guys are comfortable in space so that you guys can do your work and all and the things that you were explaining earlier. You
got to keep in mind, it's not just the space. And as Mr. Alonso has said, it's the age of the building. I'm not a mechanical engineer or anything by that nature, but I think a lot of the issues we had with the mold and the air conditioning and all that was because of the age of the building. As a matter of fact, our key card system, to get to entry and exit of certain locations, we've been working on that, replacing it and repairing it now for several months. And one of the main doors that goes into our dispatch is propped open because we've called the company and we replaced software and wiring and this and that. continues to break down. So
No, I get that completely. And I
Sorry?
agree with, I get that completely. And I agree with,
it's not just the
Mayor
size,
Mitchell.
it's the facility is an old building. Our dispatch, our dispatcher's talking directly to the officers, receiving information maybe from Miami-Dade Police, and you have an entrance that comes in from the outside where the public comes in, and we can hear the public sometimes over the radio as our dispatcher's talking to our
It's
officers.
a very, yes, and it's a very tiny
Very tiny.
lobby,
It is.
and you're right
Hot-
there in
hot-
the face of the dispatcher. It's-
Armando, hot mic, right?
Sorry?
Hot mic.
Hot mic.
Anything else? Oh, Councilman Behet, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I was gonna say something, but as I think about it more, I was trying to play some three-dimensional chess, because it combines a bunch of things. I'm trying to think outside of the box, but maybe we're not there, but I'll just throw it out there. A big problem that we have in the city, when it comes to the central business district, is lack of parking. And people will often say, well, there's parking in that parking lot behind the deli and behind the post office, but half of that is taken up by some emergency vehicles. A good solution, which Mr. Llewellyn brought up, is having a parking garage. That area in my mind has always been a prime candidate for a parking garage, because you could have multiple floors, and then city emergency vehicles could take up maybe one or two of the floors. So I started thinking, like, could that be an option to have maybe, but at the end of the day, this is a building that we probably need to vacate anyways. So I guess I kind of talked myself out of that, but I was just trying to think out, because the councilman brought up, like, can we go back to doing trailers? And I thought, well, maybe we could do something here, but if we have to leave this area, then I guess.
So through the chair, you know what? Jim Boardman, many years ago, we were in here, and the chambers were full. I forget what the issue was, but it was crazy. And it was about parking. And Jim Boardman said, he says, I did a self-study on parking in this town. I think it was before you were here even. And he said, I went out and estimated that if you stand in the middle of the gazebo and go 500 feet in every direction, 360 degrees, there is 576 parking places. So what's the issue on parking? You just got to find them. And said that. William, I think you were here. And so we're talking about double parking garages across from the police department and stuff now. I think that's, I don't know.
Mayor, can I make a suggestion? I think we hit upon the issue that's too away from this. Do you want to consider maybe combining these two, since we've already talked about it,
Which
about adding a
ones?
police officer? I feel like we got
Yes, but
into
let's do that. That's a
that
good idea.
issue.
Councilman.
Okay.
But before we go there, I just wanted to make a few comments with this. First of all, regarding this building to me is a beautiful building. It is the, heart of Miami Springs, built, with the Miami, what I don't know, MIMO modern, what is it, mid-century modern style. Our
Modern.
lobby is stunning. If you like that, with the stairwell and all. So as far as tearing this building down, I can understand perhaps, moving the police department. Anyway, I don't think this is something on our plate for now, but I just want to make that comment that this is, and I know it needs maintenance, but a lot of historical buildings and, or older buildings need maintenance, and we don't necessarily need to tear them down. I think what we're talking about is possibly selling it, but if we sell it, it'll be torn down. Nobody's going to keep it. So that's just food for thought. As far as the parking garage, I believe I've heard that there is some funding through the police department for parking garage for storing cars. I'll have to, for storing police vehicles, that there's some sort of, no. All right, I'm going to look, I think I heard that somewhere that there's, and I'm going to look further into that.
Well, let me the parking lot you're talking about across the street
Mhm.
was actually purchased by the police department years ago using LETF funds.
That's right. Yeah.
So,
I think that's what
Gene Duffy was.
problem is, yeah, you can't convert it to anything else unless there's some police use. So, and one of the areas we were looking at for a potential city hall police included part of that entire parking area, and into Nakota, closing off Nakota, building a parking garage there, and the building all in one facility.
Mhm.
That's one of the ideas that we have. And I've talked to the chief about that. And I think that will provide a great area for it. But the other option, like you said, Mayor, is want to keep this city hall and just look for a place for
the police department.
station, fire station.
And perhaps even that location of building the combination of like they do now, like the Publix and stuff where they build the parking and the Publix is above it or the Publix is, that kind of thing. And then the police department would be right near City Hall. But again, I don't think that that's anything that is going to be on this year's budget, given the others. So, but it's definitely something to keep in mind, and there's a real need, and it's just how productive can our officers be when they're,
He told me something interesting yesterday that I didn't, maybe for next year's state appropriation. He was telling me that the city of Opelika got funding from the state for a new police station.
Okay. And that might be where I heard
From the
something that
state?
there's something
Yeah.
available through
was
that.
one of
So
the
we could certainly pursue
Ah.
that for next year for appropriations.
Yeah,
I
but
was
Brian,
reading it
Brian's not
out
gonna
of,
do
I don't think it was the Herald. One of the news outlets, I was reading it that part of the funding Opelika had requested was for a new police building.
a significant amount of the funding, or?
I don't remember the amount.
Gotcha.
But it was definitely. some
I'd
millions.
like to know what that is. I mean, yeah, Jose would, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
Mayor, I feel better
anything
that
else? Yeah.
it wasn't such a crazy idea then.
No. It's definitely no. Okay, so let's combine, let's go ahead. If that's okay with everyone, we'll combine, since we already have the chief up here, is the item, let's see, under public safety, increase the number of
safety,
total
number one.
officers
Yeah, that's
from the current.
increase the number of police officers from the current 45. The city spends significant manpower resources, as we all know, dealing with hotel calls. The city currently has 21 hotels, actually 20 functioning. These calls reduce the number of officers that can patrol the other areas in the city as well as perform traffic enforcement. We have increased the number of officers from 43 to 45 in the past 2 years. We would recommend adding additional officers as budget permits in the coming years. And my recommendation was to, in next year's budget, to begin adding by one officer.
One.
And then over the next, every year we would add one.
When you're saying in
Add
next year's
two.
budget, this one coming up in the
Correct.
budget workshop now?
Right.
That's each officer, all in total is approximately $100,000, chief, is that correct?
Salary, benefits, training. Equipment.
Is there anyone in the public that wants to speak on this issue? Okay,
Through the chair.
yes, go ahead.
I definitely, and I think we're all on the same page about this because we hear it so much from residents. I think that, while the chief does a wonderful job, and I remember one time you told me no chief is ever going to say, no, don't give me more officers. I think we need more officers. But I favor trying to do, put all our eggs into and all our efforts into the bed tax. Because doing, an extra officer will be helpful, but I don't know how much of a difference it's going to make in terms of what you can do throughout the day. I mean, it's one extra officer. Maybe you could speak to how that would change the manpower you have per shift, but it's one officer. I think the key is really focusing our efforts on the bed tax so that we could get our fair share, so that we could really, expand to meet the needs that are created by the hotels themselves, that are taking up a lot of the resources in our. So I mean, if it's going to come out of the general fund, and we're already talking about all these other things that are important, including the golf course. And maybe we could do both at the same time, but I think the bed tax is what we should really focus our efforts on, because I feel we need more help. We need to provide more resources for the police, and I think that probably should come out of the bed tax. Just my thoughts.
Anyone else? Councilman?
Yeah, no, I wanted to ask the chief a question first. which is in this next fiscal year, do you foresee anyone retiring? In other words, you have to
As a matter of fact, yes.
yeah, so in addition to someone new, you're gonna have to, add so you don't lose capacity.
Yeah, we have an officer, a detective actually, it's set to retire at the end of this year. On top of that, we have another officer currently working for us who's processing to go to another department. What I did was we had some applicants. One young man who's already certified, been through the academy. He started working for another department. He had to leave because of a family illness. He's a resident, but he wants to work for the Springs. So what I did was I came up with the idea, rather than losing him to another department, I'm bringing him on board as a reserve officer. Doesn't cost us anything. He's a volunteer. All it costs us is uniforms. He's already trained. And I told him, you want to come on board as a reserve officer? You come on board, we start your in-house training. The second one of these, if this officer leaves to the other department, I'll just switch you from a reserve officer to a regular full-time officer, so I don't lose you as a candidate. And then I got another officer who was one of our dispatchers, was an excellent dispatcher. He went and became an officer with another department, but again, he wants to come back to the Springs. So I've already been speaking to him. He's been an officer for 3 years, and whether we have the vacancy as a result of the retirement or whether the council approves another officer, another position for us, I'll bring him on board too. So hopefully we'll be able to fill those 2 positions really quickly.
And I just had one more thing. So it seems to me that the situation exacerbated by the hotels, right? And the demand, 40% of the calls are going, they're going there. We have a situation, the police have a situation that they have to respond to. I'm totally in agreement with you, Councilman Fayette. We've got to fight hard to get this bed tax or find a way to get that funding, but I don't see that coming right away. You all know the political fight better than I do. But it also seems to me that given the situation, I would say the hotels as a big piece of the policing that has to be done on the one hand, and on the other side, on the other hand, residents constantly saying, where are the police? 40% of their time they're over at the hotels, that it probably requires, and I may be stepping out here a bit, but Chief, you can tell me if I'm correct, that given the nature of the responses that you have right now, in order to satisfy all the needs, including the residents asking for more police presence in the neighborhood, you probably need about 5 more officers. That's a guess, given what you have to attend to. Now, if the county was patrolling the hotels, that's a different matter, but I don't think it. And so I'm.
May I?
Yes, please.
With all due respects, and I have great relationships with the county police, they're not going to be patrolling the
I
hotel.
know.
They called me, hey, their response time,
Yes,
and we monitor a county frequency, the Midwest Channel. When there's a call out here on 72nd Avenue and 40-something Street, they're coming from Westchester. They don't patrol this area. And I remember when we were talking about annexation, that a lot of the business people in that area were opposed because their tax base is going to go up. But our response time is way below the national average.
You were waiting 15 minutes or something for a
Yeah.
response time.
Oh, yeah.
We had 2 minutes.
So just a
Maria, right?
final thought, Madam Chair.
Yes,
Just a final
yes.
thought on this. So, if the situation is such that my understanding of the bed tax and having to maneuver between the state and the county, and we may be a little closer to resolving that. We don't know yet. My point is the pressure on our police force to respond to the hotels is there. It's there. As I think you pointed out one time. So they've been that way for the last 3 years. And so the need to have police response is there. I would support the idea of adding an officer. I know there are a lot of priorities, but I think that this is, to my view anyway, a key priority because it has to do with the safety of the city and the time that the officers are, I don't want to use the word tied up, but it is a matter of speaking, tied up. The residents are not receiving the services that they're looking for. And as I explained that to that, as I've been talking to residents, most of them, probably none of them knew about the bed tax, or maybe they heard something about the bed tax. They thought we were getting all this money from the hotels. And it's not the case, right? So anyway, that's.
Through the chair, oh, sorry, Chief.
Just one last point, and it's obviously we're out there serving the citizens and you know, the safety of the citizens.
Absolutely.
But I cannot not say this. It's also an officer safety issue. Because if they're tied up and God forbid they need more help and everybody's tied up or we don't have any more, then we have to wait for Miami-Dade or Medley or VG to come help us. So it's also an officer safety. And the number of firearms we have been recovering last year and this year is incredible. And thank God, I dread that my phone going off in the middle of the night, you know, that one of our officers has been hurt.
And the number of responses to the hotels continues to increase and has increased.
As I mentioned, the last time I checked, 40% of our calls, our uniform patrol is at the hotels, and 50% of our investigations are from the hotel. But I'll update that. I'll be glad to give you that number.
Anybody else?
Through the chair, I think that this whole thing started when we annexed the Abraham track and the Embassy Suites went in. And then after that, there was a plethora of hotels along Fairview and that went, what do you got, 21 hotels in this town? 21?
That's what it says here.
Yeah, right. I mean, that's, we're like right there with Miami Beach. And yet we don't get the bed tax.
Yep. Yeah. No, it's
So, but my point being that you have had to deal with this with the increasing number of hotels and staff not getting much bigger than between 41 and 40. Well, you're at 45 right now, right? So, yeah.
Yep. All right. So I know that the bed tax is a huge thing, but I also think what's going to help us a lot is when we do a reform on the Chapter 118 for the excessive use of police, which will help the city, where we can reinforce a fee of $500 that we can impose for the excessive use. I think we still have to define that number because it's not in our ordinances yet. I know William has been working on this. I met with him back in August. You've already been talking about, correct me if I'm wrong, about the excessive use of police.
Well, that Chapter 18, I've been working with the city attorney on because
legal.
There are some concerns that they have from legal aspect because that ordinance was passed, I think, back in
82.
the 80s. And because of changes, legal changes in recent years, they have some concerns about the way that ordinance is written.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you have anything to add.
Absolutely.
Since I'm micless tonight. Yeah, there are concerns about that ordinance. And all I would say is, without saying too much, is that I wouldn't rely on it as a funding source to resolve these issues.
Okay. My second point was to maybe put more responsibility on hotel owners or the hotel chains, where they're actually providing their own public service and management for the public safety of the consumer staying there, their guests staying there. So I don't know what they're doing themselves to avoid such implications that we're feeling on our end. So I want to help you guys as well, but these businesses need to have some sort of responsibility. And the only way to get there is to impose a fine on the excessive use. So I just wanted to put it out there because I think it's a combination of things. It's not just about bed tax. The bed tax will be used to be able to pay for more police officers, great. But as a revenue source to us would be the fee, where we can also provide services to the cops as well, to the police. And to alleviate, when you start to pinch the pocket, they're going to say, okay, do we need to, hire a whack and hide? We need, our own security guards here on our hotels to alleviate. I think they need some sort of presence where things don't get out of control. I don't know what they're doing personally to alleviate those issues.
Through,
Do you
through,
have any-
through,
I think that that's the issue that they,
Not many are
Right.
doing much.
yeah, right,
I was
because
gonna
they
say,
they
yeah.
have the right to call the police.
Mhm.
And because it's a transient hotel community, it really doesn't affect them that much. One guest is gone and so and I guess that's what our city attorney is saying, that even though we have the ordinance in place, which we have this issue with a lot of our ordinances, they're in place, but legally there's difficulties in how they were written and what we can really enforce. However, that's something definitely that we should continue to try to explore as a way to make them more responsible for the security of their premises and their guests.
Through the chair, I know that a lot of these hotels have presence. They might have a security guy on a cart easing around. Are most of these people armed or not? Probably not, right?
There's only one.
Whack and hut, like Jackie just said,
No,
probably.
there's another company that I saw a while ago. I haven't driven through there lately.
Yeah.
By the Abraham tract, there's a
Okay.
company, I believe they're called Fike, Feick, something to that
Fi-
effect.
yeah.
They're
familiar.
armed.
Okay.
But again, I haven't been by there in a few days, so I don't know if they're still there.
So the places that these
I'm sorry, but even Fike, when they have a problem, they still call us.
still call you.
Because they need a police report.
Or a
right?
police report, or they're
Yeah.
trying to evict somebody from the property and the person won't leave, so they call us. We trespass warn them.
Right.
So they still call us. And then one of the I won't mention the other hotel, but I
know
was
where you're
driving
going with
through
that.
there, and the individual security guard that showed up in the golf cart, my 16-year-old grandson could probably do a better job.
Gotcha.
I think one of the things that I've been talking to Heidi about too is instead of that chapter 118, the city of Miami, when the chief was there, established what's called a nuisance abatement board. And that's how they were able to tackle a lot of the problem hotels they had on Biscayne Boulevard back in those days. And they were able to shut them down, right, Chief?
Yes.
Through the use of a nuisance abatement board. So that's something that.
So
I think
perhaps
is
we could put that on an agenda item to explore that of,
Well, let's not cut our hand to spite our face. We don't want to be shutting people where we're getting revenue either. I mean, we want to make it work.
well, that's what I'm just saying, to
Yeah.
explore it.
Yeah.
Put it on the agenda to
Yeah.
explore give us more information on what, that entails. Because this is, several pronged, the bed tax issue is an unfair issue that's been going on for, I don't know how many, 20 years. I don't know how long this is. but
Totally agree with you.
Get, taxes from the hotels, but
From all the
the bed
hotels.
taxes that they collect for every single room that is there goes to the county to promote tourism to Miami Beach and City of Miami and Parrot Jungle or whatever. And, and we're providing for the safety of these tourists. So
And
we need to
Mayor,
be
it gets
compensated.
split up, between three municipalities.
But we get nothing.
And
of that.
but not only we don't, it's not that we don't get anything, no other city outside of that
It's-
handful.
That is true, but here is why it seems to be we're the only ones that are concerned about it. For most cities are not so dependent. Most cities are larger and they have a few hotels on them, or if they're like Miami Beach, because it was had its own bed tax collection before this state regulation came out, can collect their own hotel bed tax and use it for themselves. So it affects us to a much greater degree proportionally, relatively speaking, than any other community, because Doral has a lot of hotels, but they have a lot of other businesses too, where the police are being called to. It's disproportionate in our case, and I think that's why it's such a reasonable request on our part,
Of course.
to receive part of that revenue, since it's not going to promote tourism here or anything else. And
And my understanding is, Mayor, that proportionally we would get, compared relative to other municipalities, of a big portion relative to other people. So I
there
think,
again, I want to, just for background information, last year Representative Avila proposed a bill. It went through the House. It was approved, which would have allowed us to use it was a huge, first time that it had ever gotten this much attention. Excuse me. And it went through the House, and at
Failed in
the
the
very
Senate.
last hour of the Senate and House agreeing, this was what was discussed for way over an hour, I was told by the people in Tallahassee. And finally, the Senate put in an amendment at the last minute using the money from the Greater Miami Convention Visitors Bureau, who hired some high-powered lobbyists at the last moment to go and, you know, and just make sure that it didn't pass. But we were really, really close again. I mean, we almost, you know, were able to get some of that revenue back for us. So that, again, that's one of those things that nothing is ever easy, and you don't just pack up your toys and say, you know, it didn't work. And we just keep pursuing things that, you know, that are.
Mayor, it wasn't on this year, it wasn't on the agenda.
Actually, this year, the representative, because you can't really go back and do the same thing if it didn't go through, but what he's done is he had passed, Representative Avila had passed, had proposed another bill that is for flood control. So actually some of the bed tax money would be used for municipal projects. You know, if you're collecting bed taxes in your city, some of that money would come back to you to be used for municipal projects such as flood control, which again would, if we can use that money for that, then it frees up other money that, so I'm not sure about the status of that right now, but he's done an amazing job in working for issues that really benefit a small community like ours. And I really appreciate that.
Yeah, through the chair.
And Senator Diaz also.
Through the chair. In a conversation I had with Representative Avila recently, he mentioned also possibly Miami Springs working with Medley, working with Doral, even Hialeah, how it's affecting them. That it might be better if we had, you know, kind of a team of folks, and you know this better because you've been working on this for a long time. That would be really important if it's not just us, right? Going to the county, for instance.
Through the chair, Councilman Vasquez, that would help us in one area. It would help us in,
The bed tax.
right. I understand. I understand we're talking about the bed tax. It would help us in one area. It would draw another county commissioner into the loop.
Right.
And we'd have two county commissioners working it
Exactly.
instead of one.
And
right.
And
the chair.
there's a county commission election next year. So,
And that was my understanding that when the last time that the bed tax went up, we basically were the only ones behind it. My understanding is that it was initially, we had some support from our neighbors of the city of Doral, but that basically,
well, no,
when the time came, that's what I was told.
Councilman,
I understand that, but
Councilman Behet, I think we had VG right with us, man, the whole way, for sure. VG for sure. Right. Yeah. And VG's got a bunch of hotels. I mean, not nearly as many as we do, but.
I did meet a few weeks ago. The Bill Talbot of the Greater Miami Convention and Visitors Bureau had asked to meet with me, and we met for coffee. And you know, he was asking again, you know, what they can do for a city. And I said, they gave it their best bet. You know, they put a visitor center down here. They've tried to promote tourism to Miami Springs the same as they do in other cities, and it works well in other cities. It just doesn't fit with our community. And what we are experiencing is, you know, providing the police services. So, you know, we have to figure out a way that we have some compensation from the taxes that are collected in our community to come back to our community.
Mayor, can I ask one more question
that we need
of the
yes,
chief?
Yes, absolutely.
So, and to kind of underscore what you had mentioned, just because something doesn't go through doesn't mean that you stop trying. And I think that the bed tax is something that we need to continue to, because I think that's the one that's going to resolve the issue. So I guess I have, so help us to understand what we could do to bolster the support for the police in the short term while we work on the bed tax. What would one officer mean for you versus what do you think, how many officers do you think it would take for you to manage the 40% that's being directed towards towards
Boss
there.
is gonna throw something.
That's
at me.
okay. I mean, listen, you can,
No, he's not.
you don't, I,
No, this is
but so,
ridiculous.
and then the other, and then when you're done with that, I have one other question but go ahead. What do you think?
If I could wave a magic wand right now, I would love to see at least one additional officer per shift.
Per shift, right, right. And so, and maybe that's something that we need to work through, a year at a time, or, everything is important, and everything that we talk about, we have a general fund. We don't want to raise the millage rate, like that. This is the situation we're in. One last question. I think we have 2 public service aides right now. We have 2 PSAs and one that's still in training. Does
The one that's in training, he's in training because there has not been a PSA academy.
Right.
And that's been
Right.
because of the COVID.
How much does that help? Is that something that's worth expanding to try to help in the short term? To have more PSAs, like, give us your opinion.
Well, what they do is they take a lot of the non-police, in other words, they don't enforce any laws.
Sure.
They'll, hey, little fender bender, they go take that report.
Right.
My bicycle was stolen, they take that report, where there's not a need for an actual, enforcement, an arrest or something of that nature. So they help out quite a bit.
So would it be helpful to expand that?
If I were to expand, what I would look at the feasibility of expanding their hours. But now you're talking about, benefits and things like that, because they're a part-time entity.
Right.
If I could expand the hours somehow and see how that, would affect the financial aspect.
But it's an option. Maybe it's something we could cobble something together to provide you the support until. Okay.
So well, 2 comments I wanted to make on this is, about 2 years ago, I'm thinking Councilman Petrolanda had done this and he suggested it, and then I did it. I rode with a police officer, one of our officers on the night shift, in the vehicle with him. And it was a very, very eye-opening experience because, and I know I spoke with the chief later, and he said, now you understand what we mean by there's no such thing as a routine traffic stop. Some of the traffic stops that he had to do at night, you're approaching a dark car and I was sitting in the police vehicle and I was very nervous because you have no idea what is going to happen, how the person's going to respond. So I suggest all of the council, if you're interested, to contact the chief and arrange to ride with one of our officers.
I got a story.
And really see what's involved.
I like
and
to
the
go
other
out.
thing
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I wanted to ask you, Chief. I saw, and I know one of the big concerns we get from complaints that we get from residents is about the speeding in
Yes.
Miami Springs, the constant speeding, and our officers can't be, monitoring the speeding because obviously they have to. That's not a priority if other issues are occurring. But I know in New Orleans, like in the Garden District, they have those mobile signs that actually, if you go past it, it's like a red light camera. It'll say this is the speed limit, is flashing, and as you go by, it'll issue a ticket. It takes a picture of your.
Yeah.
I don't think that's legal in the state of Florida.
Huh? My aunt got 2 tickets
No,
that way.
Florida.
You said New Orleans?
Canada.
Huh?
You said New Orleans.
Yes.
I don't think
Gardens.
that's legal in the state of Florida.
Oh,
The
okay.
red light
Because
cameras are
that
legal, but
really-
I don't think the
not
speed.
Could you look into that and see, because that is a big deterrent when, you get just like a red light and a lot of our speeders is, people that use the Springs regularly.
But it's funny you say that because Tammy forwarded me an email today where a resident is claiming that, that we're not doing enough speeding enforcement. So one thing we're good at is statistics. So I pulled up the monthly stats. Year to date compared to last year, last May 2020, and I'm just off the top of my head, we have doubled the citations that we have written this month compared to last year this month. So in other words, May 2021, we've doubled the number of citations we've written compared to May 2020. So I think maybe we're just not doing a good enough job of sending that message out. And with all due respects to when they say, I never see a policeman by, I'd like to ask them, with all due respects, does that mean you sit here, out here, wherever it is, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week? But Yeah, it's a perception thing. And, your perception is your reality. We just have to do a better job of saying,
and-
listen, this is what we're doing.
And, in reality, and I think we all know this, a police officer, no matter what, if they're giving you a ticket, you feel like shouldn't you be doing something better? Isn't there something more important? And if you see somebody speeding, you're going, where are the police when you need them? So it's like,
And it's funny because I remember last year, and we do this in-house traffic detail about once every 2 weeks. And last year, one of our officers stopped an individual, said, I'm a resident, okay? And I'm one of the ones that complains about the speeding. And you were speeding, so.
You hear it through the chair. You hear this all the time. People say, well, there's never a cop when you need one. That's been said since the year Dodd, right? But you can only have so many guys on the street,
And you could write 100 tickets a day.
And I tell people that say, oh, this one going down this road and this one going down and this one. I said, well, yeah, they maybe they are, but these guys do what do you call those things? Where you concentrate on a certain area. A SWAT or not a SWAT, but
No, for traffic, you mean?
yeah,
The selective traffic enforcement.
selective traffic. Yeah, that. And you nail a lot. And I also tell people, listen, read the stats. This is public information. It comes out monthly. The police department put this out monthly. And you look and you see what's happening. And I'll tell them. And they'll go, what? I said, true. Just like what you said 5 minutes ago.
And what's interesting is when you see something like that, where, we're increasing our traffic citations. Normally you would see something like, we're not making as many arrests, but we're making that much and more arrests, and we're still increasing our traffic.
Point taken, sir. Quick short story.
As far as this, I'm sorry, Councilman.
I said, quick short story. You were talking about riding with the police. I had that opportunity a couple of times. One time I went out with Jimmy Deal on third shift. Muster was at like 11 o'clock or 11:15, whatever it was back then. And I sat with him and the briefing was given by the supervisor, the sergeant, and we went out and I rode with Jimmy. And we were all like, most of the night, what we did, I went on third shift, so we're out from midnight to like 7 in the morning or 6:30. And most of what Jimmy did that night was finding homeless people sleeping here and sleeping there and doing this and that. And what Jimmy did was, he was so diplomatic. He'd get out of the car. He said, Bobby, just sit in the car. And he'd get out and he'd go and he would talk to these people and he'd get them to walk. I mean, they wouldn't argue with him. They wouldn't fight him. They wouldn't, there's no violence or anything, So toward the end of the shift, there was a call. He got a call and it was they called for backup and everything. It was on Curtis Parkway, right off the circle, and there's duplexes right there. And he says, this could get tough. He says, stay in the car, will you? I was like, so I stayed in the car. I'm sitting in the car. Jimmy's going to the front door, and a television set comes flying out of the window into the front. This was a domestic, yeah, into the front yard. Yeah, true story. Jimmy Deal will tell you that if you ask him.
Just a quick question.
Anyway,
I don't have.
That's what these guys deal with.
Just a quick question. If we could find that magic wand, I'll buy one that you could have an extra person per shift. Because my understanding is that if an officer has to Baker Act somebody from a hotel and then somebody's making an arrest, like that's it, you're shorthanded. So then if a call comes in, you have to pull a motorman to respond to a call. And then they can't be writing citations and doing this. So all these things are connected. If you had an extra person per shift, it would make a big difference.
It would help. Definitely help.
Right.
And credit to our motormen because they don't wait to get dispatched on a call.
Right.
When an officer stops a car, our signal is a 19, or a suspicious car, our motormen, they're going to go by anyways.
Right.
It doesn't matter. They're not going to get dispatched. They're not going to wait.
Mm-hmm.
And I've gotten the complaint of why does it take 3 officers to handle, a stopped car?
Safety.
Because it's a Pandora's box.
Yeah.
Just recently, I think it was in Texas. Might have been in Texas, where an officer stops a pickup, and the officer's on the passenger side, and the driver comes out with a rifle and starts shooting at the officer. So it's a Pandora's box.
Sure.
And I think what we've seen lately when it comes to law enforcement, there's that I don't know, boldness. I don't know if that's the correct word, where there's much more violence being brought on officers. There's much more, individuals, shooting at officers. New York last week, 4 officers going up a stairway.
I saw that.
And guys shooting at them from the top of the stairs. There's no, I don't know if it's fear of the consequences. It's the worst I've seen in my 40 years in law enforcement.
Thank you, Chief.
Through the chair. Alonso, what was that board that you mentioned earlier in regard? Okay,
Nuisance
and
abatement
if we have a nuisance and abatement board, what are they to work off of?
May I, Mr.? At the city of Miami, what they would do is number of calls at a particular location. It was used to target a lot of the problem motels on Biscayne Boulevard that were well known for prostitution and drug trafficking and things of that nature. So the number of calls received by police and reports written. And then those would get forwarded to a nuisance abatement board. And I've never attended one, but it was sort of like a quasi hearing type situation. And in some cases, these locations had their occupational license pulled.
So that is, it's together with, I guess they've defined a number of excess calls, right? In that case,
I believe they did. I don't remember.
to be able to, Heidi, please.
So I don't have the exact details of how the city of Miami does it. My partner, Jose Arango, who some of you may be familiar with, he represents the code enforcement board here. He actually used to be a city attorney for the city of Miami. So he's very familiar with how that nuisance abatement board works. And he's in the process of drafting an ordinance for you to consider, which what I would like to do is circulate. I'll work on it with the manager first, and then I'll circulate it to you all with plenty of time before it ever gets to a meeting so that you can dive in and really understand how it works, and we can talk about it before it ever even makes it here. Just that I can speak with you individually about it, because I think it is such an important issue that we definitely need to focus on it. I think the chief has personal experience with how it helped in the city of Miami to ameliorate some of those Biscayne Boulevard, Southwest 8th Street type issues that I think we're all familiar with in, I think, the 90s. Too soon, too late.
At least that's a step forward where we can solidify something we can enforce. And I it's a step ahead. So I'm glad to hear that. Yeah.
So we are working on it, and we'll have something for you very soon.
Thank you for that, Counselor.
I like that word.
Okay, so with this item, is this something that we would like William to put on the budget? Or is this something, an extra police officer, we're talking about $100,000? How does the council feel about this?
Well,
You see it on the proposed budget?
if we get one more officer, we're talking 100,000. If we go with what the chief asked for, we're talking 300,000
So I think what William suggested is one
So-
officer incrementally every budget year.
every year.
Right, but right now to add one for this budget year, which would be in the proposed budget. Is everyone okay with that? being on the- I mean, again, this is a proposed budget. We'll-
I'd be fine leaning toward 2.
Doing what?
I'd be fine leaning toward 2. Leaning toward 2 officers. I'd be fine with 1. I'm with you. But I'd be leaning toward 2 though.
Or what I can do is put one in the budget and then on a wish list items that we have.
There you go.
say any additional officer.
There you
As we
go.
Go through the budget. we
Yes,
get
sir.
money to do it.
Yes, sir.
That sounds good. All right.
Yes,
So does anyone have to take a break? We've got a lot of
yes.
We're almost
stuff
done.
Still.
I think
We're almost
we
done.
only
got
Yes.
14 more items to go.
15
What?
more.
We don't have 14 items. to go.
Yeah, Downtown Business District.
Okay,
on,
whoa,
we
the
already
downtown
covered-
business
Some of them-
district is
some
gonna
of them
be,
should be quick.
okay.
I know, they really should, but we can, Maria, I think we
Okay,
can.
one of
finish
them
them.
we've already kind of covered, the parking
Right,
garage for
right.
downtown
How
area.
about the bed tax? We can group them thematically. Didn't we
Okay,
ju-
we've done
talk about
that.
it
Yes,
already?
we've already done that.
Go back to
Yeah,
nine-
that's true. Some of these would be. I
Go to
gotta-
number 9.
Number 9 on the,
The
on
city
the
walk, city-wide sidewalk.
sidewalks.
Yes, okay.
This is installation of sidewalks with ADA accessibility in all areas of the city, which currently do not have them. One major challenge of this project, which has been the case in the past, is getting residents to support this project on their particular street. since this may involve tree removals or cutting through existing driveways. I know in the past we've had issues where you have a block where you have 4 homeowners and 2 of them want sidewalks and the other 2 don't. Then it becomes a battle, and it'd be nice to get agreement among all of them. But just so that you have an idea, about 2 years ago, Public Works did a study of all the streets that we have that are missing sidewalks and got an estimate of about $2.2 million. This was back then. Remember that? It's probably a little bit higher now with all the cost of construction. But it involved, and I know I got some emails, I know you all have, from a resident that's showing us certain areas that are missing. We have a lot of areas throughout the city that, for some reason, these sidewalks were built years ago, and you'll have sidewalks which end in like the middle of the street, and there's nothing from there to the end. We have a few places like that throughout the city. So I just wanted to, in the past, what we've done is through grant money that we receive from FDOT and all that, we've been able to do a lot of these missing sidewalks. CITT money we've used to repair sidewalks, but they will not allow you to use that money
For ADA.
sidewalks unless it's part of a road project.
Yeah.
So one idea that we can start with some of these areas where they're missing. They have sidewalks up to a certain level, and then the rest. We could start working on those on an annual basis. What we could do is set aside money like we do for tree trimming and tree planting. Maybe set aside a certain amount of money for sidewalks.
You do it like like a matrix.
Start doing different sections of that. So that's another possibility. I just wanted to bring that up.
How much would you think we need to set aside? Because obviously this is 2.2 million, which is a lot. How much would you say is a reasonable sum to set aside to get started? I mean, I think right now where we've got areas where there's no sidewalk on either side of the road should be our first priority, is to at least there should be a sidewalk on one side of the road. But in some of those cases, we probably have to get the approval of the homeowner to put in a sidewalk in there.
We'd like to get their consensus. It's
I don't
really
think that
on
most of them will have
city
a problem,
soil, so we can do it. But we'd like to get the buy-in. Like, for example, when we did the bike path, I know you remember that Ron Gorland was here, and Ron and I went to visit every single homeowner along Westwood to let them know that we're going to build a sidewalk. And luckily enough, they all loved it.
Yep.
I mean, all of them. I was surprised.
Look at that one.
Yeah.
Yes.
One.
There's always one.
So what do you envision, William, probably is a reasonable amount to set aside to get started? I think that's a good,
Throw.
let's get started.
I
with
would
that.
suggest.
What can you do with $50,000 a year?
Not much. I would suggest that I would suggest that we have less money, but I would suggest that we look at, based on the total number here. I would look at 500 a year.
500,000?
500 a year. And chip away at it like that. Yeah.
Is there?
I mean, you got to start somewhere. You can't do nothing. I mean, $50,000.
With all the walkability grants that are out there right now for connectivity and walkability and all, it seems to me like, we may be able to identify some grants to, for connectivity, because what we're actually doing is sidewalk ends and you've lost the ability to connect to another. So, perhaps we need to.
Speaking of
explore
grants,
some grants for that. I've got a feeling that right now might be a good time to identify those and to apply for those.
I'm agreeing with you. Totally. Explore grants.
Lazaro, what do you think would cost to, say, for one average home where we're missing a sidewalk would?
From the property line to property line, you're looking with the removal, what's there and stuff, maybe $2,300 to $2,500 each property.
There's no removal. What about these areas that we're talking about? Like
We just got
Well, the ones that don't have, well, remember, you gotta remove the grass.
Yeah.
Sometimes you gotta put fill, sometimes if it's too high, you gotta shave it down, So there is some work that you'll have to do to it. But you're looking at $2,300 to $2,500 each house.
per.
So we could do, with 50,000, we could do 20.
Give or take.
20 of those areas.
That's a pretty good start.
And how many are total to finish the whole job?
Wow.
Is that a fair question or you're not
I-
prepared to answer?
We got an estimate several years ago. We're talking, I think it was,
2.2 million.
yeah, but in mile wise, it was a lot. There's, when you drive through the city, if you pay attention to it, we have a lot of streets that don't have sidewalks on either side.
Yep.
One real quick, up between Albatross and Shadowway from Swan to Quail. That section there, there's no sidewalks on either side.
Well, we got to remember here, folks, that a lot of the big stuff that we talked about at the beginning of this meeting is going to be taken care of. So this is now other things going forward into the budget that we really need to consider seriously. And I don't think it's unreasonable that, because I know we spent a ton of money on ADA stuff for the sidewalks in this town over the last 6 or 7 years, easy, with the yellow things and everything where you go. So if there's that much more left, I'm thinking 500,000 a year is going to knock it out pretty quick. Maybe in 2 or 3 years, it might knock it out. I think the 2.2 is a little high. That's just my thought. But
The quote we got was based on 450,000 square feet
450,000 square feet.
sidewalk.
Okay, so that number I just told you, Mayor, I think is close.
Let me see. Does anybody want to speak on this? Forgot to ask with the sidewalk issues. I know I hear a lot from residents,
Oh, yeah.
that they would like, especially now that everyone's trying to go out and walk, that, we should be able to have a straight path of sidewalks.
That's what's happening, that people are walking more now, so they're noticing this,
Right,
and
right.
they didn't notice before.
Right. And it's a reasonable, a request to have in our city. So does anybody want to say anything?
Through the chair.
Sure.
I agree with having the sidewalks. I agree with Mayor Mitchell to look into the possibility of funding through grants. But I also would like to know if maybe we can do, because I know, like Alonso said, that not all size fits one or something to that aspect. But maybe we can do this on a per request, and then once we have certain amount of requests, we can go ahead and implement those sidewalks there. Because maybe, like you said, that maybe someone doesn't really care to have the sidewalk, but nobody's really requested, or you haven't had volumes in requests for a sidewalk to be there specifically, even though it's not there. So maybe do areas where there's been a high volume of requests to incorporate those sidewalks.
I think typically, Councilwoman, typically infrastructure projects of this nature are better matrixed and done one area at a time rather than all over the place like
If
that.
you're doing like a stretch in front of a house, it makes sense to continue
Well,
to finish that block.
We'd have to do an
Not to,
entire
because if
block.
not, we'll
Right.
have
Right.
a patchwork of sidewalks still.
Right, right. But what I'm saying is if that block in general
That block.
has a
Right.
volume and request, we can target those areas and then budget better. And whether we have to use, hopefully we don't have to use our tax dollars, but we can use.
Okay.
the grant money.
Does anybody have anything on that?
Sure. I mean, I'm in favor of doing it. I think with all due respect to the council, I think 500,000 is a bit much to kind of earmark. I mean, look, I talked about, I like the idea of expanding the baseball field. I like the walk path around Stafford with lights. But and maybe something we should do at the end is to all give our top 3, priorities. But in my book, it's and in no particular order, it's stormwater, it's police, and what I heard from Paul about the golf course, I feel like that's and that's not something that's going to be taken care of by some of the federal money that's coming in. So I think that we need to start, prioritizing some things, and 500,000 a year on the sidewalks, I think is maybe a bit too much to set aside with some of the other things that we have that are priorities.
200, 2,500 home, I think we could probably get a good bit done. For even the 50,000.
50,000 gets you like 2 or 3 blocks. I mean, that's a bit of a time.
I would agree with
Okay. So we want to put this on the budget and we'll.
I think it should be considered going forward for sure, non-respective of the figure exactly, but yeah.
So William, how about if we leave that up to you to work
Yep.
with Lazo as to what you think is a reasonable
fair.
amount to pursue for this year? Because again, it's not just setting aside of the money, it's being able to get the work done.
Right.
Right.
If we put it in $1 million and we can only, use up 50,000, then it's really no reason to set aside that much for that. So just come back for the budget with what you think is reasonable for the year.
Remember, keep an eye on the millage rate.
Great. There are a lot of people in Miami Springs that are gonna like that, you know. No, there's just this connectivity. You shouldn't have
There's
to
a
go
lot
on
of
this-
people
on
that are
the-
not gonna like.
Well, of course,
We'll
Tanya,
deal with
no,
those
right,
later.
right.
Well,
You're
you
not
know,
touching
it's
my
like the
drive.
vaccinate the people who want to be vaccinated. You know, we can focus on the ones that don't want later, but you know, just
Yeah, but they're gonna, the trouble
like
is, they're gonna,
Councilwoman Bravo said, for the people that are requesting this, let's, you know, or blocks that are requesting this, let's get this done.
Yep.
Okay.
Where are we?
All right. Attracting new business, commercial development. Thank you, Lazaro. Thank you.
Thanks, Liz.
Thanks, Les.
Attracting commercial new business to downtown district. I want to add to that, in addition to attracting, this is under commercial development downtown, attracting new businesses, it's also assisting our current businesses. Because it's
Right.
not, you know, we don't just need to attract businesses, we need to do something to assist our current businesses to get the customers that they need. And this is a, you know, a major issue that has been going on in our community for as long as I can remember. And we're not unique to it. It's something that occurs in a lot of, even Coral Gables is struggling with that. And I know Coconut Grove has, and that's why they tore down Mayfair and, you know, redid it. It's
Miami Lakes.
Miami Lakes. It's something, and as soon as a new place comes out, it kind of cannibalizes all the other places where people are going because that's the latest thing. So, you know, that's in an urban area like we have, that's an ongoing issue. But nonetheless, what we have to concentrate is, you know, for our community. But is there anyone who wants to speak on that? Okay.
Through the chair.
William, I'm sorry, go ahead with
the list that I have there of things going on in the circle. We just approved plans for Milam's. They're redoing the store. It's pretty hefty project. They're going to do a nice job, and they already got the plans approved, so they're going to be starting on that soon. So that's another area that's going to be beautified in that downtown.
because the Milam's and the other locations, and I know Mr. Milam's has told me that, you know, this Milam is not up to par, and it isn't. If you go to the other Milam's, the 3 other ones,
nice,
they're
right.
really nice. And this is something that I know they've been wanting to do for a long time, is to,
Yeah, I went in there shopping, yesterday, I think it was, and they moved everything around. Like the dog food and the cat food was nowhere it used to be. 3 aisles away from it. And then you go for, where's spaghetti? Where's coffee? It's all in different places now. So be anybody that goes to Milam's in the near future, remember the story.
Marketing plan for them.
I think it promotes business because it in a way, you know, think about it.
Madam
Yes,
Chair?
go ahead.
Yeah, I'm glad that William raised these issues. I think, I agree with you. But what can we do to help the current business people there? I think what we really need is a comprehensive approach. I mean, there are things that businesses that want to come in that Mr. Alonso has talked about, but I think we really need a comprehensive look at this area, the downtown area, because you got the current business people. Then you've got people that own those properties that they pay rent to. And then you've got the issue that you just raised, was a very good one, which is what other businesses could we attract? And are there any parking issues that we need to look at? I would like to get a better feel. Listen, I would volunteer time to work with staff to develop a comprehensive plan and look at this more broadly and say, okay, what do we want this area to look like? Well, here's what we got. We've got this amount of business. We got this, we got that. There are issues here and there. So what is it? And then elicit feedback from residents. What would you like to see? Right? What kind of businesses would you like to see? Because I think it's important to look at, for me anyway, that's the way I see it. You know, more broadly, what do we want to see in this area in addition to the things that are there? And what could we progressively look to over, you know, 2 years, 3 years, or whatever? So that's my take on this. I agree with you.
And I think you've hit the nail on the head. This is a really complex issue,
Yes.
and this might be are really well suited to a task force.
Yes.
A downtown or a business task force where we have
Sign me up.
input, advisory board from residents who are proficient in this kind of thing. They may be working in other cities doing this, but to really look at what the city can do to help existing businesses and to attract more businesses. Parking, I know that comes up, but my understanding, and I know I did the same thing that Ron Borland did when we had something with, I can't remember, a few years ago of creating more parking on the median at Curtis Parkway, which I was very against. If you drive around Miami Springs, I counted like 300 parking spaces that afternoon at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And yes, there's a lunch crunch between 12 and, maybe 1:30, but the rest of the time, there's plenty of parking. And
Even then.
and it's unreasonable to expect that you pull up to, the dry cleaners that you want to go to and you park right in front. What's reasonable in most places is if you go to Coral Gables, Coconut Grove, or whatever, is that you park a block down or so, and that benefits the other stores and retail shops and restaurants because you're actually that are dependent on foot traffic because you're actually walking a block or two, and anywhere here in Miami Springs, you can find parking within a block, perhaps, of where you want to be, which I think is well suited to our type of community, the size of our downtown. So, nonetheless, I think that this is a bigger issue and right now there's no cost involved with this. This isn't a budgetary issue, right?
Oh.
It's so perhaps what we need to do, and I don't know with our city attorney, is this something that we put it on agenda item, or can we agree to just, to assign a task force to look at it in more detail? And
Through the chair, Mayor, I know that William and Tammy are constantly on the look for this. They're constantly approached. I know probably the most interesting one I've heard recently was in the new project that's going in where Holloman's and the theater project is there, the commercials on the bottom. They were approached here not long ago, 3 or 4 months, by a medical center that wanted to come in here and put a clinic in there in the base in 6 or 8 commercial properties and urgent care, right? We don't have one of them in Miami Springs. That would make perfect sense. It's always boiled down to, the demographics really drives this. You can't mess with that. You can do all you want. We can say what we want up here. It's not going to matter. But what's going to matter is getting anchor businesses in here, the Starbucks of the world, the Milams of the world, because stuff falls in next to that once you establish that. You know what I'm saying?
Through the chair.
And
some of the things that I've been looking at just on my own is that how much arts and culture are a large revenue for places. Not talking about turning us into Wynwood, right?
No.
That's a whole other.
It's another animal.
But as part of a process, that's why I think task force is a good idea to look at different avenues. But what I foresee is that, you come to a restaurant downtown and you say, you know what, after the meal, I'm gonna let's walk over here and check out what's in this little art shop or whatever. In other words, you do 2 or 3 things, right? And that is another way of driving some traffic, foot traffic, and interest in the area. But anyway.
To the chair. I just to piggyback off of Best and Vasquez, and if we put a board together to look into these items, I think maybe a survey system to tap into the residents to see what they want to see, because I think if we start categorizing that in their wants, we can go ahead and establish a good foundation for possibly looking into these businesses coming in. And it pretty much sets them up for success because it's something that's wanted or needed already. So people are just waiting to come. So I think that would be a good step forward. But if we know what our residents want, I think it would make more sense. And then maybe possibly if things start growing, then maybe we can look at other possibilities of parking. But right now, let's work with what we have and see how it grows from there.
My thought is just, this is more than we can tackle.
Right.
This is something that needs input from the community and from, there are, and I always say there's a lot of professional wealth in our community that would be more than willing to offer their services if it's something that we really, need them for and that we feel is going to be, valuable recommendations. So I'm thinking that this is the best way to pursue this.
Mayor, to answer the question you posed earlier, if the council wants to do a task force, that's perfectly fine. Just keep in mind tonight's workshop, we can't take any action.
Okay.
So I think what we would do is at a future meeting, bring
it
it
on the
back, put
agenda.
it on the agenda,
Okay.
And go that way.
Okay, as task force committee, advisory board, I don't know how.
Whatever
what
we
the difference
end
you
up
wanna call
calling it.
Well, that
but
would give
I
us
think,
time, that, as the counselor says, that would give us time to give us
This
us
is
some
a
more
really large issue
Mhm.
for our community. I mean, it's something
absolutely.
that, and year after year, doesn't get any better. It needs attention.
And I think towards that end, some cities, whether it's Coral Gables, I know Coral Gables has one, I know the city of Miami has one. In a few areas, they have business improvement districts. And perhaps that's something that at that meeting, we can talk about how that might actually work, and how that could be something that we may want to look at. And I think that that's something that I had thought about for just areas like Northwest 36th Street, the downtown area at the Circle, which sort of leads me to, I think, our next agenda item, which is, I don't know if we're on revision of the city code or improving
Yeah,
Northwest
well,
36th Street, but
We're getting there.
We're there.
Well, I think we're all in agreement with that then. There's
Yes.
nothing more.
Yes, Mayor, I am.
Okay.
Fine.
Okay, great. Are we on, I'm sorry, I don't have which page we're on.
We're on improving the Northwest
Okay,
36th Street.
well, the
corridor.
parking area, garage for downtown area, I think we've kind of
touched on that already.
covered that already. So is that improving Northwest 36th Street corridor?
Sure.
Is that the one? Is that the one?
Sure.
Let me just
Okay.
read the memo and then we can go. We currently have a major project which is approved by council at the 4600 block of Northwest 36th Street, which involves a mixed-use building with rooftop restaurant and includes a parking garage. The airport diner property is currently scheduled for the Miami-Dade County Unsafe Structures Board this month, and is accumulating daily fines as assessed by the Code Enforcement Board. Currently, fines exceed, it was 40,000, is now closer to 50,000. The Runway Inn Hotel remains closed. We continue our strict code enforcement and police activity in the area in order to ensure a clean and safe environment. As I said, one of the main complaints we've been getting is the airport diner property. That looks really, and I know residents think that the city's not doing anything about it, but
not true.
it's a legal process that takes time. And I know Heidi can attest to that. It's not like you go in there and make it go away overnight.
Like so many things, there's a process. And so Jose Arango, who I mentioned earlier, he's been working with the building department and code to prepare that file so that it can go to the Unsafe Structures Board. The Unsafe Structures Board is a county board. It's not local, it's a county board made up of, I don't even know how many people are on it. I've been before them quite a few times. But basically they will review our file and they will make a determination as to whether that building should be demolished or whether they'll have time to repair. And so we're moving forward with that. There's a lot of complicated issues affecting that property, which I think some of you are aware of. I'm happy to discuss them with you. But so that's one of the things that I've sort of colloquially deemed part of Operation Cleanup 36th Street. Part of that operation, I would say, started last year when the Runway Inn was shut down. It remains shut down. We are working with their attorneys. We have had a stay of the litigation because we wanted the Runway Inn to focus on repairing the building and getting it up to speed. And a lot of that has, I know that there's frustration among the community as to how quickly or not that's progressing, but we are working on that and hopefully we'll see some progress soon. But in the meantime, it remains closed. As far as some of the items that you were talking about, and I think this sort of segues into the next item about the code. When you talk about the business improvement and what we can do at the Circle and what we can do on 36th Street, a lot of that is dependent on what's in your zoning code. And I know if Chris were here, he would be jumping up and down and saying, yes, there's things in your zoning code that will promote business and will get people to come into the city. And I think we've seen that with some of the newer hotels that have come in on 36th Street, as well as some of the businesses that have opened up at the Circle. But there's definitely more that remains to be done. I know Chris has lots of ideas, but that's part of improving 36th Street. So I don't know if there's much more to say on that.
I think, through the chair, I think, Counselor, I think we have I would say in the last 8 to 9 years, we have very much liberalized zoning in terms of with the Marine Airport and all the classifications. And I think we've been fairly successful in the number of hotels and the number of new businesses that we've got along that corridor. I think we've done very well. Yeah, the Airport Diner's a nice store. It used to be a wonderful place to go for breakfast, by the way. So I don't know what happened there, but the trouble is, again, what you got a lot of absentee landlords that live in Tennessee and Michigan and New York and Colorado and stuff. And all they want is a check every month. They don't care.
And I think one of the things that I've shared with many of you, when we've spoken, is I think a lot of it comes down to code enforcement and how strictly or not we're enforcing the code. So especially, I know that there's a lot of sensitivity to code enforcement. I very much appreciate
Nobody likes being told what to do,
No. I live in a community that has an HOA, and it's always very embarrassing if somebody has to knock on your door or leave you a note saying you got to pressure clean your sidewalk or paint. But it's a necessary evil. So as far as code enforcement, I think a lot of what we can do is just increase code enforcement. And I know that our staff is somewhat limited. We don't have a huge city with a huge department of code enforcement officers out there, but the focus can also be on improving certain areas so that we are maintaining it. And I think to an extent that will help with some of the crime issues that we're seeing on 36th Street.
Let me ask you a question. As we attempt to segue into code here, the next issue. What's the chances of us garnering any money of the fines the Airport Diner owners of that property owe us right now in fines? Fair answer now. Come on, be honest.
I think that, remember, it becomes a lien against the property.
Wow. There is a lien.
So there is a lien, and that will continue. So unless.
Do you think these owners care? Is my point.
I think they certainly do.
Okay.
I think
right.
as those of you who are in real estate know, that does become a huge encumbrance when you're going to sell the property, and
you got
that will be a huge issue.
And correct me if
And
I'm-
unless the council is willing to
No, I know.
abate those fines, which I would.
No,
doubt.
we're not going to do that. No, I don't think. Anyway.
If the city, once we have a lien, can we at some point force the sale of the property to collect on our lien?
We can.
There is legal precedence for that? I wasn't sure.
Absolutely, there is. We can always foreclose on a lien. There is a restriction when it's a homesteaded property.
But it has to be at a percentage, right? A threshold, right?
No.
Anything?
On a homestead
No,
property.
there's no, the restriction is if it's a homestead property,
Homesteaded property.
correct.
Okay.
But if it's a second home, an investment property, a commercial property, such as the Airport Diner, that's certainly
Dilapidated
an
diner.
avenue that we can take, and that's something that we could pursue if that's what the city wanted to do. And that would certainly force the issue. And frankly, I'm all about using laws that are available to us.
I agree. We need to enforce, not create new ordinances.
Yes.
Enforce the ones we have.
Of course, the ones we have, yeah.
That brings us to an issue as far as code enforcement. Is that something that we should be staffing more of? I mean, I know they have their hands full. We have one code enforcement officer for the east side and one for the west side, right? Is that?
No, code.
Ulysses,
Yeah.
thank you, Heidi, for this.
Code compliance. Not enforcement.
So
Report and change the name of it.
because our city attorney is telling us that, you know, that part of the improvement would be to enforce codes on these hotels and these properties that are not meeting their responsibilities.
That's true. Right now we have 2 co-compliance officer. We do work in the weekend. I wish we had another co-compliance officer that we could maybe do after hours like we used to. I know when Tex was here, I think there were 3 officers. But you know, right now it's only 2, so it's hard to reach those hotels, you know, those areas where typically at nighttime is when they're most busy. But yeah, it would be nice to have another hand.
I think that might be something. What does the council feel about that?
I'm not opposed to that.
Through the chair, how do you guys go about code enforcement for the commercial properties along 36th Street? Like what?
That's divided into the other co-compliance officer who's not here, which is Robert.
Right.
So he goes on a daily basis. A lot of times he goes into the hotels. A lot of times he just drives by. It depends how busy he is. There's also follow-up cases that he has to go to. So if he saw something a week before or a couple of days before, he follows up. So, I mean, we try, but
Yeah, because that seems like a heavy lift is enforcing.
Can you give us an example of what code enforcement issues? I mean, not with the airport diner, because that's another, but say with the hotel, what kind of things are enforced that could be improved, that would improve that area that they're not complying with?
examples would be
Like
maintenance of property is probably one of the biggest ones. You know,
Signage.
the signage is another issue that they just did a humongous sign, 36th Street, no permit, no nothing. So, you know, we're handling it, but it takes time.
You're right.
But yeah, maintenance of property, I think is
And maintenance of property is like that the property.
garbage, you know, just decay of the property, like the restaurant, which you're working on,
Painting.
graffiti.
Mhm.
Driveways, the parking areas, if they're dilapidated, signage, if you have overgrowth on your landscaping. So that's, you know, if there's something in the code that's not being enforced, whether it's you have too many people parking, if you have overgrowth, if you have the maintenance is in poor
Parking on the grass.
condition, parking on the swale, parking on the grass, anything like that can be cited. And I think that's where Chief stepped out. There's a theory, I think, I don't know if we've talked about it here before, but it's like the broken window theory, that when you see a broken window, you sort of think like, okay, well, I can do things in this neighborhood because it's not kept up the same way that it should be. And so if we enforce the code and start really enforcing and saying you have to maintain your property to these standards, then I think some of the criminal element, I was just talking about the broken window theory.
Oh, yes.
And how code enforcement will help, I think, ameliorate some of the criminal issues that are happening along 36th Street. So when you have the nicely painted buildings with the clean roofs and the nicely trimmed hedges and the cars parked where they're supposed to be and the signs not falling apart and the parking areas in good order, as opposed to with potholes and things like that, all of that starts improving that district, which starts decreasing your criminal element and also brings in newer businesses that say, this is a place I'd like to do business. So I think that's one of the things when we talk about revision of the city code, I think this is another area where Chris would also be very supportive, that when you have certain property maintenance standards, you can much more easily enforce your code. And so that's one of the things that a property maintenance standard doesn't necessarily need to be part of the zoning code, but it can sit as its sort of own ordinance And we can certainly do something like that if the council wished for us to do that. But, the overall zoning code is something where you can start pushing some of these things to improve the areas.
We had, through the chair, we had talked a few years back about completely rewriting all of the codes in this town. I know it is. And we asked for a number that could be connected to that. Dollars and cents. Willie, what was it?
Oh, I don't know.
8.5 million, 10 million. Oh, yes, it was. Jan Seaton was here.
Don't say numbers you don't know.
Yes, he did. He was a ballpark figure he threw out, and he said to go. I mean, there's stuff in there in some of the stuff. Have you looked the code of ordinances? But it's just thick. Have you read through some of the stuff? There's still about Virginia Gardens housing horses and stuff, and horses running down the street and stuff in there.
And that's definitely something that you see when you have a
There
city
is.
as old as Miami Springs.
Right.
It has its history, and there are things that were necessary in the 1930s, 40s, 50s.
So some
that
of
are
these
no
more
longer
contemporary
necessary.
issues, such as we're discussing now,
Right.
are not even anything compared to what needs to be cleaned up.
Absolutely.
So this is
What we were talking about is starting to tackle at least some of it.
some of it.
Right.
You know,
And
like-
if the council is ready, we can move on to that and start talking about
There's
those
two
issues.
examples that should be addressed immediately. One is the hedges, and the others are fence heights, for example.
Okay.
The house in Palmetto that, for whatever reason, I guess it's flooded on the east side. They lifted the entire, after they built the house, they lifted the entire lot, or the ground, around the property 2 feet.
Mm.
And they built a 6 feet fence on that, on their property. That fence ended up being 8 foot on the neighbor side. And it so happens that the house next to it is a very old house that, I guess the setbacks were different back then, so the house is right next to that wall. So I could literally touch the wall and the house.
There's no side backs.
So that lady's not happy. Homeowner's not happy
Oh,
about
yeah.
that.
Huh.
The fence height should be, 6 feet measured, 6 feet measured from the front of the road, which keeps everything,
Level.
uniform. So that's one thing that we could tackle right now, because there's not that much, meat in our zoning code that doesn't allow us to say to somebody, no, it has to be 6 feet or what.
Well, here's another good one going forward, since everything seems to be going green and be, good for the environment and everything. Apparently you can pour a whole cement slab in your front yard in Miami Springs anymore. Well, I can show you at least 5 or 6 in this town that,
Yeah, go ahead.
Somebody came last meeting, misinformed. I guess that person doesn't know the code.
last meeting.
Meeting
Mhm.
before, there's something about 281 Hammond.
I sent you all an email about.
I saw that. I saw it.
I checked that.
Yeah.
It's the code. It's 50%.
If you, Ulysses, my good man, if you pull in front of that house and stop and just look at it, you can't tell me that 40% of that front yard is cement and 60 isn't.
But he
50,
owns that
50,
side
50.
property.
Double lot.
Double lot, so that
It's a double
property.
lot.
empty lot.
The perception is like what?
Correct, but that's my point.
Right. That's why I brought it up.
Yeah. That's absolutely where your zoning code and your standards, I've been working on a zoning code rewrite for another city for the last year and a half. And literally having weekly meetings with a group that has provided tremendously valuable insights, because they've been architects and contractors who understand, if you make the wall height this, what is it going to look like? And so
Mhm.
we've gotten that feedback, and we've been drafting those code revisions. And I think that, as communities change, your standards change, or you realize that maybe a 50% lot coverage was
Too liberal.
too liberal, or maybe it's not liberal enough, or maybe you want more pervious area as opposed to impervious area.
Actually, there's 2 on my street being done right now.
And that's where
Ditto,
you're right.
ditto.
That's
Sure.
okay. There's another code that
Same thing.
says you need 3 parking spaces per residence.
Yeah, I know that.
Sir Jackie knows that. You pull permits, plenty of permits for us. If you're doing an addition, If you're doing, like, I wish Chris would be here, because Chris is the one that pretty much oversees that.
Mhm.
Yep.
But if you're doing a certain type of alteration to your home, you need that third party. Well, what happened to the 50% of pervious? I agree with you. I'd rather see green,
Right.
but there's a code, our code that says that you need 3 parking spaces. Now, a parking space is defined by 9 feet by 18 feet of pavement.
But I will-
Not even the ribbon.
Right, but I will tell you this, I have lived here an awful lot of years, Ulysses, and I have never seen anything like what we're seeing recently in this town. People just pouring concrete into their front yard and just.
Well, needs to be, I agree.
And
Well,
that's-
maybe the
that's-
5 of us need to talk
What
about
he's
that
saying
then.
that we need to revise. But-
To the chair. Oh,
Okay. Let
Brother, I
me
know.
ask before we continue, just to make sure, because I want, is there anyone in the public that wants to speak on this? Because I think we all hear a lot from residents on these issues, on the, the lack of code enforcement and, and the Springs. I know I hear, that Springs is not looking good because, we're not enforcing the code of how, things need to be, and especially with the hotels and stuff. Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
So I'm not a stranger here to many of you when it comes to sticking with the ordinances and the code, but I think that the code is a direct hit to our quality of life. So I think if we have something more enforceable, and we definitely need to update this. William knows I've been asking him about this for a long time too. It's just, it goes together with our quality of life. Some things we're just simply not using anymore in respect to what Bob said, Virginia Gardens with the horses and this and this and that. We have more dated material than we have updated material, which are things that are coming up that, a lot of people liked green back then, but now they just don't want to take care of grass. So that's why you're seeing more concrete going out. So I think the revision or a new code is a direct impact to our quality of life, where we can go ahead and enforce these codes so that we get that lifestyle and that quality of life we're looking for. So without that, goes back to the excessive use of police, going back to the board. If the boards don't have anything to reinforce on, the board can't do it, we can't do it, it just doesn't work. So I don't know how we're gonna be able to fit this in, but I'm definitely for a revision of the whole code.
So I wouldn't say that what Councilman Vice Mayor Best was saying about the 8.5 million or so.
I'm not making that figure up.
But
Natalie Valls will tell you the same thing.
I'm sure there was some hyperbole there. However,
No hyperbole.
it is an extensive project.
Yes.
To redo a code.
Thank you for that.
And so I think that part of what I would recommend is focusing on different sections, right? And just take a look through the code and see, we don't need to address maybe the non-zoning parts right now. Like if the focus is zoning, then do you want to focus on your single family residential zoning code? Or do you want to focus on the commercial areas and split it? Like the other city I was explaining previously, the focus has been on residential. There's a significant commercial and multifamily area in that city, but the focus was residential because that city felt that there was a need to focus in those areas. They were concerned with sustainability, resiliency, sea level rise. And so that's been our focus, and sort of making improvements that would move people towards utilizing methods like solar panels and water retention type systems that would be helpful for the environment and helpful for the community, but we're doing it in such a way that it gives them a bonus in doing their construction. So that was that city's focus. But I think, you need as a council to decide, is your focus going to be the commercial areas, or is it going to be residential? Or do you want it to be both? And I think in either situation, you're probably looking at working, it's a huge undertaking. And when I tell you that I've been doing it for one city for 1.5 years, that's not an exaggeration. And with nearly weekly meetings.
You're not finished yet.
And we're not finished. We just started our workshops with that city's governing body. So in that city, we did not have the benefit, or we don't have the benefit right now, of having an outside consultant that's focused only on revising the code. And so there were also some staffing changes and of course COVID that made the process a lot longer. However, had we had not just the city's internal planner, but also an outside planning consultant, I think the process would have gone a lot faster. And I think Ulysses and I have talked about how some other cities are undergoing the same thing, and we've traded some sort of war stories. And I think that from the professional opinion is when you don't have that technical consultant, it's really complicating an already complex issue. So I know we don't have numbers this evening, but if that's something that the council wants to look at, we can start getting some quotes so that you can have a ballpark idea of this is what it's going to be to do a comprehensive rewrite of our residential zoning code, the whole zoning code, the multifamily, because I know that there is multifamily here and a lot of it could use some improvement. And the same, I'm sorry?
Signage, yeah.
I'm getting there.
Ah.
I'm getting there. That's a separate issue, but very much related. So I think that's sort of the direction that we would need so that we could get that for you.
Welcome back.
And that's something that our office would also be working on in conjunction with the planner and whoever the outside consultant ultimately is. And that's
Mayor.
a huge project.
Thank you, Heidi. I think we had talked to the code review board was one that was being offered up to be dissolved at the last meeting. But so I think the plan for the charter review board that Heidi came up with, which would be to give it like a timetable and more specific direction for them. Is that something that could be done to have a board that would review certain sections if we gave them?
But you're talking charter review now.
Yeah, code review board, because I know from years ago, few years, I kept saying, if we have a code review board, our codes are outdated, why aren't we meeting to review boards? But I guess I've learned that it's much more complicated than having residents sit and review the board. And one thing I just wanted to mention is when we're talking about whether to do it piecemeal or the whole project, I tend to lean toward piecemeal, and I'll tell you why. It's like weeding your lawn. You can start at one end of the lawn and pick and pick and pick, and by the time you get to the middle, the weeds are there. The same thing happens. A lot of our code is outdated, not because of us, but because of the state has issued new legislations or the county has new ordinances that make our code outdated and they can supersede us. So to try to take a massive project and deal with things that probably may not be perfect, but it's not a big deal. And as soon as we do that, it might be outdated. Let's do the ones that we know are a big issue right now. Concentrate on those. And I would say that we do probably need to make a decision as to, do we want to do the commercial property? Do we want to do residential? What would give us the most bang for the money, because it's going to cost, and the staff time and everything. And really, what do our residents want? What from the concerns that you hear from residents as to when they complain about codes not being enforced. And I hear that all that there's trailer campers out in front, or boats in front, or trees. And yes, it's true. And those are things that we need to enforce, but are they the major issues, that really impact our community or not?
So Mayor, so is what Heidi's proposing as like a technical consultant that would be hired to help us to review codes more strategically?
That's absolutely correct.
I'm in favor of that.
It would be my office with Chris Hyde, your city planner, as well as an outside consultant that their sole focus is on rewriting the code. And so we would assist, and Chris would assist from the local perspective. We would assist from the legal perspective. And so it's a team project.
But with direction from us, right? To focus on certain sections versus just.
And it's usually done as sort of a long-term project, right? It's not
Okay.
something that you're going to get turned around in 2 months or 3 months.
You're not gonna do this in 2 years. I got news for you.
Sounds expensive.
I think that I would like to be ambitious and say we could get it done in a year.
Like your spirit.
But I think that it would start with having the consultant look and work with Chris, see what's already in the code, and hear from Chris, get that feedback of what does he know that the city wants, and then bring that to you in a workshop like setting, discuss those items with you, and get your feedback of what you would like to see, get the residents' feedback, and then embark on the actual revisions. And I think that,
Would there be a cost from the city attorney's
yes,
firm
course.
in order to take on a project like
Yes.
this, right? Because this would be additional.
Plus the
Plus
person
the
they're bringing-
technical
plus the
consultant,
person
the
they're
outside
bringing, yeah,
consultant.
yeah.
So it's a big
One,
issue.
one thing I think that we should be thinking about very seriously here before we go any further is, what are we? 5-15 or 80-20 residential to commercial right now in this
Oh,
town?
no. We're 70-30.
We're 70-30, so 70, okay, 70, which is, well, that just goes to show you, with all these new hotels and everything, how much we've advanced over the years commercially in this town. Residential to commercial, we're talking, figures, ratio. So your ad valorem taxes, by and large, are coming from the commercial sector, you know. So, but still the majority of what you have is your residents. So the majority of the issues are going to be on the residential side, clearly.
But the other side of this coin too is the reason to clean up our code is to enforce it. So if we need staff to enforce it too, because, you know, we only have 2 code enforcement officers for each side, you know, there's no reason to revise the code if we're not going to enforce it, if we're not
Mhm.
going to really, you know,
Right.
use it to improve. If not, we're just, you know.
and not just that, it's also, it's in everyone's interest, not just the city's interest, but actual residents and property owners, whether you're residential or commercial, for your property values to increase.
Of course.
And these revisions would hopefully result in increased property values. So I think that that would be a benefit that the city would see.
So is this something that we would want to put as an agenda item for you to bring us information as to what the proposed cost is? And then we can discuss as to where to concentrate and what, I think we all have to give it more thought.
I can,
Right.
Yes.
what I'll do is I'll work with Chris and William and get proposals from, you know, like a comprehensive, I'm just gonna focus on the zoning code.
Okay.
And get a comprehensive rewrite estimate, so to speak, versus a just commercial focused versus residential versus multifamily. I think if we break it down into those sort of 4 categories, that'll give you an opportunity to say, we really want to focus on everything and be really ambitious, or we want to focus, even though commercial may not be the majority of your property in the city, it may be where you need the most improvement, or you need, you see that that's where you're going to get a bigger return because you're experiencing all the crime on 36th Street, not necessarily in other parts of the city, but maybe that's where you want to sort of reinvigorate, even though it's a lesser percentage. So we'll
But more
definitely bring that
impactful.
back. I'm sorry?
Yeah.
More impactful. It may
Correct.
be less in number,
More
but
impact,
more
yeah.
impactful.
Yeah.
In addition to that, but related, and William sort of touched upon it, is the sign code. And I know that I've spoken with many of you about the sign code at other times. The sign code really needs to be updated. If I were speaking, like, is Omar still here? No.
He's there.
Okay. I'm going to be really upfront with you and say the sign code needs to be updated. That is a special project that we would undertake for you. When I say we, I mean my office. To Councilman Fahet's question of earlier, is that a special project that would be separate and apart from our general retainer? Yes, it is. And as I've advised William, many cities pay well in excess of $20,000, $30,000 to redo their sign code. So what I'll do is I'll also bring you a proposal for what that would be. so that you can consider that as you move forward with your budgeting process. I think that I think when I've spoken to William, I've shared that I think this is the year to do it, and there's a very good reason to do it because we're not in an election year, and I think that you have all experienced the complaints and concerns about political signs, and so that's something that's like hot, and I'd rather tackle that issue strategically during a non-election year than wait until next June 2022, right before we're going into midterm elections, and certainly well before November 2024, and just have your code updated so that you are better able to enforce it and not experiencing all of the issues that you have all been subject to as a community.
To the chair. So I have a personal experience where, again, we're in different times now. Now people put residential surveillance, and I'm okay with that. But I think that there should be in the code where if you're going to put a surveillance camera, you have to do the proper measures. Because, for example, from my house to my neighbor's house, I have 15 feet, and I have a camera looking straight into my window in my garage. So I've had to put up, things so you don't see anything in there, but I do expect a reasonable amount of privacy within my dwelling. And even though you are allowed to have surveillance cameras at your home, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you're not breaking any laws based on the position of your cameras. So I would like to see that if we can incorporate that into the ordinance too, because we're living in modern ages. It's not, and again, it's not like we live in Pinecrest or we live in Oak Cutler where you can have cameras all over your house and you have a bunch of foliage.
You should.
You're on a couple acres.
We've had cases up here before where residents have complained. Remember when the McMansions started in this town? Everybody's going, people with 3 stories and stuff, and looking down into people's rooms in their homes next door, which are ranches.
Yep.
This went on for 5 years in this town.
Yep.
You know what happened? Eventually went away. People did stuff. They put plantings. They did this. They did that. They got smart.
You're right, but a lot of people don't want to invest money in
course not.
foliage for
Nobody
privacy or maintenance.
Nobody wants to spend money.
We
No.
just have to have it there for the protection of us and
Right.
to make sure our invasion, there's no invasion of privacy
Right.
where we expect it. That's all.
I got you.
Anybody else? Okay, so then I'm
got it.
gathering that you're going to, and put it in an agenda item, present to us what the cost would be, and we'll decide if we want to go forward with it,
Yep.
or I guess put it in the budget because we can't go forward to it. We'd have to budget it. And also where we would concentrate our, to get the most impact for the money that we're spending. And again, it's going to have to be thought out as to, it may not be the easiest codes to work on, but maybe the ones that will, give our community the most beneficial result. Okay, does that sound good with everyone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Great. Thank you, Ulysses.
Thank you.
And to our city attorney.
Thank you.
And then I think these next ones will be relatively fast, but we
I
said that.
think
The bed
so.
tax we've
Yeah.
already dealt with.
I think we've pretty much covered. it.
Okay.
Bed tax we have.
Did anyone want to speak on the city code? I want to make sure. I know these.
No, you've asked.
Okay. All right. Okay,
Every
good.
time.
All right, annexation. William, you'll bring us up to
Good deal.
date with the annexation.
Annexation, Heidi and I have been in contact with Jose Fuentes, and I got a call from the county a couple of days ago. Apparently there's movement again. And it looks like it's gonna come to before the board later on this year. They requested an interlocal that as far as the terminal property that apparently hadn't been filed, and now they noticed that the city never filed that years ago. So Heidi's working on that interlocal to get it to them. So apparently there's movement on annexation coming, and it's probably going to, when did Jose say?
He expects hopefully later this year.
Later this year.
And I just
Again,
want to
trying to utilize the existing county commission, because again, there's an election next year and the composition is going to change.
And I just wanted to mention for the council and for residents listening that the city has twice had a referendum on whether to annex that property, and both times the residents have voted in favor of this. So if we can have the annexation, that's the route we're going. It's very costly to have a referendum, and we've had it twice to make sure that that's what we want. And the other issue with this is that the real concern here is this is an area adjacent to us. It's, between the Palmetto Expressway and Miami Springs. And if we don't annex it, Medley or Doral will. So it's kind of the type of thing where you buy the property next to you so that you can control it, because if not, somebody else. And, so it's not a perfect situation, but in reality, do we want to have control of that whole side, west side of Miami Springs, which is access to 826 Expressway and 36th Street and the Palmetto Expressway and everything else. So, it's either us or one of those other two cities will likely annex it. And I know Doral has its eyes on it, I'm sure. And, do we really want Doral encroaching over onto this side of 36th Street? As great as a city as it is, it's a really large city, and it really has no concerns about overdevelopment or traffic congestion or anything else that will impact our access to in and out of the city.
Through the chair, Haiti, has that lawsuit gone away?
The annexation lawsuit is still pending.
Thank you.
It is stayed, however, because
I heard it was, I think Danny told me that, yeah.
It stayed. So for the public's benefit, that means that it is sort of on hold, and it's not moving pending action from the county commission. So
That was brought by business owners, correct?
yes.
Business owners or property owners, probably
Yes.
property owners.
Through the chair. Oh, did Victor have a question? You have a question? Victor?
No, I'm just saying, I don't know the lawsuit, but.
Okay.
Well, speaking of annexation, being around the subject, boy, chief, I'll tell you, if that hits, you're in tall cotton. Man.
You're gonna need a
Especially
bigger
police
magic
officers. I know you do.
With annexation,
I think I have a copy of it from how many years ago?
with the annexation, the other benefit to our residents, in addition to controlling, a large tract of land adjacent to us,
Or a
is
building
that
over us.
it will lower our millage rate, because our millage rate right now is one of the highest in all of Dade County, because we don't have commercial property. And really the taxes are on the backs of our residents. So there'll be that added benefit of lowering our millage rate.
Through the chair, I agree with Mayor Mitchell in respects to if Doral can have a possibility of having it. I don't want another, 5200 Paseo building looking over my house too, because that's what they do. They go up. But I also want to know the responsibilities that the city is going to undertake as far as expenses, and will it offset the millage rate? I know that we'll have more millage, but will we level it off with the more responsibilities that we're going to have to pay, like financial responsibilities?
That William, a couple of years ago, we had an analysis
Oh,
on
I'm
that.
sorry.
No,
Okay.
it's fine. There's an analysis, and I think William can probably dig that up and share it with you.
The last time we did this a few years ago, now, of course, the assessed values of that area have gone up, their numbers will change. But back then, we would have been able to lower our millage rate, I think, to 4.9.
I was going to say just shy of 5.
The city from 7.3. So even at 4.9.
Drop.
Huh?
A 4.9 drop.
No,
No,
was
down
drop
to
to
4.9.
Going down to
From 7.3, I think.
Okay.
for the residents of the city.
Yep.
And at that rate, that would cover all the costs, operating costs. We have budgets set up for different departments and all for that area.
A police substation out there, right? That was part of it. Chief Guzman.
Does anybody else have a question on annexation? Okay, so the status of this is we're pending for the county commission now to review it after.
Yeah,
And the city, and what's agreed is 4 cities have agreed on how to divide large areas of tracts of land. Doral has got a part near Doral, and, Virginia Gardens has a part, and then Miami Springs is having this part. So if, with the agreement, and Medley has an area. So,
Each city needs to move forward sort of together, even though they're all individual, sort of
Parcels.
ideas and what they want. We all have to push forward together. And our lobbyist, Jose Fuentes from Becker, feels that at least this is getting much more traction than it has in, I know this has been going on for, I think, over 15 years.
It has.
So, I think there's certainly people in the community who are like, yeah, sure, it's happening. But there seems to be a feeling that it will move forward this year, hopefully successfully. And I think that I would recommend that if you wanted a briefing, that we set that up through the manager's office with Mr. Fuentes, so that he could speak to you individually if you have questions, so that he can just address those one-on-one.
Through the
We want this to come to a head.
Yeah.
I mean, we've been at this since I've been here at least, I know, 18, 20 years. That this has been going on. And if you were to look at the amount of money we spent in the city during that time, it's ridiculous. So, and it's got to come to a head. They either say yes or no.
how many interlocal agreements do you throw together?
And with the new county mayor, we brought it to her attention and said, this is just, we're strung along, we voted for it twice. Our community wants it. We've made an agreement with other cities as to how these several unincorporated tracts of land that belong to Miami-Dade County, how they would be dispersed so that Miami-Dade County doesn't have to send their police officers into an area, which is kind of distant, which is why they're having such a long response time.
And I think that aside from just the county mayor, the commission as well, particularly your local commissioner, Rebecca Sosa, and others who are very nearby, like the chairman, I think they're very supportive of these applications. So hopefully that will be helpful and we'll move forward.
Wonderful.
You need 7 votes on the county commission.
Thank
Pull that off. And we got 2 of them that we know of. That's where we're at.
Okay.
That's where we're at.
So we've already done the bed tax. So the next, we only have 2 more to go, and these should be fast. The FPNL underground wiring.
Yeah, these are
project.
just some projects that are going on in the city, or that I wanted the council to be aware of. The FPL underground wiring project. The initial project will do 47 laterals. This represents about 49% of the total laterals in the city, which affect 1,042 customers and replaces approximately 6.5 miles of existing overhead wiring. As of today, they have completed 21 laterals. 4 are in active construction, and the remaining 22 laterals are scheduled for next year, 2022. This, of course, has been at no cost for the residents. They have told us that their intent is to do the entire city, but it all depends again on the funding. Right now, we have, as of 2022, like I said, the 21 lateral, the 47 laterals that they're going to do. They expect to finish in 2022. Then when they get additional funding, they'll come back and do the rest of it.
This is about the other half, right?
Right.
And this is like a huge bonus,
Yep.
a huge
Oh, yeah.
windfall for Miami Springs, that we're one of the few communities that were chosen to be part of this pilot project at no cost to us to provide this benefit. And really, it's I just wanted to mention that in speaking with some of the FPNL executives who brought it to us, the possibility of it, they said one of the reasons that they had picked Miami Springs is because we've been a very good community to work with when they have dealt with our administrators. It's just they've been able to resolve things quickly, and so they felt that some of the other communities, it would just be a very laborious project and not get off the ground. Normally this is, these projects, I think we had looked at it and it was going to be millions of dollars just a few years ago. I know before I was on the council, the city, I think, had looked at it and it was, just out of our reach. So I'm very grateful to FPNL for bringing this project to us.
Next, we have the pedestrian bridge by the metro station on North Royal Poinciana. Basically, it's pending FDOT and county MPO approval of funding. I know we've been placed on the schedule already, and this has been spearheaded by Mayor Mitchell, so I'll let you go into any.
This is something that I've been promoting since I got on council because, all the other cities, if you think about it, Coral Gables, Coconut Grove, Brickell, South Miami have Metro Rail stations right in their community. And a lot of their residents can walk to the station or do, what's the drop off, kiss and ride, where they can be dropped off by a family member and picked up later. And we have a Metro Rail station, the Okeechobee Metro Rail station, that we can see, we can throw a rock to, but we can't get to without going into Medley and then Hialeah and turning around. And what happens, it's a very big safety issue because I have seen numerous, and I have pictures of them, of people just walking on the railroad tracks. A lot of our residents, to get to and from the Metro Rail station, they just quickly walk on the railroad tracks to access it. And this is really in line with the county's SMART plan of facilitating what's called the first mile, last mile connectivity. That it should be, mass transit is not really useful if the difficulty, that first mile, last mile from your house to the station and back and forth, is so complicated that you'd rather just get in your car and drive wherever you want to go. So this is not going to be something that all our residents will use, but it'll be a sustainability measure for the residents who want the ability to use mass transit, Metro Rail system to get all along Miami-Dade County. It'll be there. It's not any different than what we have right now. Of anywhere else you have to go, you'll have to either walk there or get dropped off, but at least you don't have to depend on crossing the railroad tracks to access Metro Rail station. And the great thing about this project is it's funded from FDOT. We reached out to Florida Department of Transportation and the county TPO, Transportation Planning Organization, and they're funding it. They right away acknowledged that this was right in keeping with their SMART plan connectivity projects. And so they've agreed to fund it, and we are waiting for the design. We passed a resolution, a city resolution a few years ago, where we all supported the project. And now we're waiting for, I think at next year, it'll be funded for design and construction. William, we've been getting updates.
Not recently, but I know they funded the design, I think, for next year.
And then the engineering. And this would be, I want to stress, this is a pedestrian bridge similar to, it's not one of those ugly ones like, across the senior high school, because this would be at grade level, because it would be adjacent to the existing FEC track that is at grade level. So it's not going to be, it's just in, alongside of the FEC track, and it'll be very similar to the pedestrian bridge that we have over here at right by what used to be Holloman's that comes across the canal, and it's an attractive bridge. It's it's not something that's unsightly, but it'll really give our community the ability to have that connectivity with the rest of Miami-Dade County. And for those of us who don't want to drive a car to get to downtown, you can get on Metro Rail and get to Brickell or go down to Dadeland. Also for a lot of people who want to come visit our community by bike or whatever, they have the ability to come to our community, ride their bikes, do walking, visit our downtown area, which hopefully will be blossoming soon, and have a way to commute through mass transit in and out of our community.
Through the chair, I had a question on this project because I'm just getting familiar with it, and I know it's on my side of Miami Springs, where I'm on the west side of Miami Springs. I'm just wondering how, if there was a study on how that's going to increase maybe the footprint on that vicinity coming into Miami Springs.
FDOT did do a feasibility study on it. When I approached FDOT on it, they did a feasibility study, and actually it was.
I saw it, but I didn't see it if there was any verbiage on increased footprint. Should we incorporate the bridge?
It's not for footprint, it's for safety.
Mm.
So
Right.
the issue right now is that people are using the FEC tracks and walking on the tracks to access the Metro Rail system because it's there, but there's not a safe way to access it. So the pedestrian bridge would facilitate the ability, well, not to facilitate, would provide the ability for safe access to and from a Metro Rail station.
I absolutely understand the concept. What I just don't understand is I saw the study. I saw maybe they took pictures of maybe five people or 4 people. Enough traffic, right? We don't want anybody to get hurt. I didn't know if those were actual Miami Springs residents. Like, how do they know that they were Miami Springs residents?
I took those
You
photos
did?
and I have a lot more, and the majority of the people, I have photos, I can show them to you. They go from there down our bike path on Ludlam to get to their homes. And the other issue, and this is something that's been going on for years, when my daughter a long time ago was going to Mast Academy, when the kids go to magnet schools, I'm guessing they still do, the school system provides them with a pass, Metro Rail pass, and you had a lot of students, and they still do, I have pictures of them with book bags, where they use the Metro Rail station to get to and from, and they ride, they walk on the FEC track to get to and from. So the idea is it's not going to increase foot traffic. It's going to provide a means for us to access a Metro Rail station that was built to accommodate our area of town, for us to have access to mass transit, except that the only way that we really have it is either to cross on a pedestrian, on a FEC track, or to get in your car and drive to the station and pay $5 to park your car where, you're a mile away from the station. And it's right in keeping with that, first mile, last mile of the smart connectivity plan. I don't see it increasing our foot traffic any more than the pedestrian bridge here on Canal Street increases our
I'm
foot
just maybe more
traffic.
concerned about the
But it
safety.
facilitates our access to mass transit. And with the increased congestion on the roads right now, of course, with the pandemic, it's eased up, but that's one of the biggest problems in Miami-Dade County is we really can't expand our roadways anymore. And so dependence on mass transit, on the ability to use mass transit, the flexibility to use it should you want to use it, is something that advances our community's way of life.
Mayor, I grew up on the 1100 block of Thrush, so right there in the corner, and I know a lot of people that still live there. And I've had residents that have concerns about just having, the safety in terms of having a pedestrian bridge, not because of the city that's next door, but they give as an example what happened, the incident that happened to the I think it's like the CEO of Douglas Orr Plumbing, who was walking on the bike path, and then he was a victim of an assault, because it was easy for the perpetrators to assume in that corner the assault happened, and then they cut through Virginia Gardens. They're on 36th Street. They're gone. They just went through 3 different jurisdictions, and they're gone. So the concern that I'm hearing is that they feel like it's easy for somebody who wanted to do some kind of crime could just very easily jump across the pedestrian bridge, and now they're in a different city.
They can do that now by running across the FEC track.
Railroad tracks.
That's already there. That facility, anyone
just
that
makes it
is
safer
committing
for
a
them to do it.
crime is not going to say, oh, this, it says no trespassing, I'm not going to cross the FEC track. That's already there. All we're doing is making a safe access for us to have connectivity to.
Are you
the
saying
metro
you want to
station.
make it safer for criminals?
How can it be
I'm not-
safer for
I'm
criminals?
just what
if
I'm
they can
saying.
already
I'm just
go on the
telling you.
FEC
I'm just
track?
telling you the
No, I
feedback I'm getting
understand.
from residents, though, is that
but
they
but-
feel like it's a concern. It could be, they could be wrong,
But
but
May I also say something else?
Sure.
This was the same concerns that were brought up when they were building this
the pedestrian bridge and
pedestrian
bike.
bridge here on Canal Street.
Mhm.
And it's there, and you go to it, and
Right.
all it does is provide access for if someone wants to go from here to
Right.
CVS or to Publix and they want to walk there, they have the ability to do it. These are the exact same concerns. The only difference is that before they built the pedestrian bridge on Canal Street, you had to go on the bridge. You know, you can
Right.
travel on the bridge to run back and forth. The same thing is happening here. Instead of, you know, before you build the pedestrian bridge, people can go off on and off the FEC track.
Yeah, another example would be the one on Quail, goes over pedestrian bridge for the high school kids.
Well, that's the differences that I want to get across, that
Mhm.
this is at grade level, which means that it will be similar to the one we have here, and it's alongside the FEC track, which is already there. There's, you know, the FEC track is already providing that passage back and forth. This is just a pedestrian bridge for the persons who don't want to walk on the FEC track to access the Metro Rail station.
Right. I mean,
And this is
obviously
something
that's
that
unsafe.
this is something that is, and I understand your concerns, but in reality, those are the same concerns from before. And it's just, you know, when they were building the big buildings across the canal here in Hialeah, you know, and we had the footbridge, and oh my goodness, you know, they're building hundreds of homes there, condos there, or apartment buildings, and you know, we have this footbridge. We already had the bridges there. What difference does it make if you have a footbridge? You have a bridge with a sidewalk alongside of it that you can walk.
To the chair, I think it's maybe where the bridge is centralized in the center of the city. This bridge is, I guess, closer to single family dwellings. So I think that's maybe
And I
the
understand.
residential
No, and I
area.
understand that, but keep in
Yeah, I got
mind that
you.
the bridge is already there. The FEC track is already there, and it's being used.
Mhm.
And it's being used right now to walk back and forth. And it's being used, and if you want to have, you know, I can show you, I believe me, I have numerous ones. And a lot of times when I've stopped, because I live near there, so I'm always crossing there. And when I see somebody crossing, I will stop and I try to not make them nervous by, you know, act like I'm taking a picture of something else, because of course, you know, they get very nervous that I'm doing, because they're doing something illegal, that I'm taking a photo of them, which is not my purpose. It's to document that, you know, that this.
Yeah,
is an
I'm
issue.
bringing up concerns
So,
that
and I
residents are bringing
understand,
up
no,
to
and
me.
I absolutely, and I understand that, and I hope that, you know, the residents will see that this is already the case. We're not creating a footbridge. I mean, we're not creating a path that doesn't already exist. But the other thing too is, this is really important for our community, for us to think beyond these things of, you know, and make sure that if we're really looking forward, you know, progress to the future, providing connectivity to mass transit is a really big issue for a community to have. And if we don't use the funds when they're available, when they're presented to us, these things come in cycles, you know, and that doesn't mean that, you know, that once again, we can apply for this, or it's very unlikely that we would apply for it and get it again, because there's a whole cost involved for FDOT to do the engineering study, which they've done, the feasibility study that they've done and all this. So it's not something that, oh, well, you know, we'll put it on the budget for next year and get it. There is no cost to our community. And all we're doing is providing a safe, and safety is very important to me, a safe means of transportation, of access to a Metro Rail station that our residents are already accessing, but doing it unsafely through a railroad track.
To the chair. One last question.
Yes.
William, for the FDOT grants, did you say something about that they can possibly cover sidewalk expenses or no?
They can and they have.
Oh, okay, no, I had a question. There.
Are we done with, is anybody want to say anything else? Does anybody
Hey.
want to make any? I want to thank you all. I know it's 10:30
I was
at
just gonna
night.
say, these
We've
guys gotta go to
done
work in the
a
morning.
huge- No, but I think we've covered
a
a
great job.
lot,
No,
a
what a
lot
meeting.
of material.
What a
And
meeting.
and I want to thank our city attorney, our city clerk,
Oh,
city
yeah.
manager, assistant city manager, and all of the staff that stayed late to cover it. But I think we really did, you know, cover a lot of ground, and we're all pretty much on the same page, you know, maybe not in agreement about certain things, but we're all on the same page as to the knowledge base that we have on the projects that are going on in the city. So with that, I'm sorry. Okay.
Gotta give this to.
Okay. Heidi, did you have anything you wanted to say? William, Tammy? Okay. Thank
job.
you. I'll see y'all Monday.
job, Rick.
Thank you. Very good idea, Maria.
Erica.
I think it's much needed.
Absolutely.
No. And then it needs to have pressure.
I almost started.
The residents have the opportunity to come
I know, but you know, I don't want it to come back.
There's a lot of misinterpretation. Go ahead and send it to the premier. I have the ugliest stain on my shirt. It's not comfortable. Look at the stain. Me and my sister, I'm freezing.
What do you need? Cold? On the, pushing the, the little like second button on the screen, the bottom right corner. Yeah, just, you can scroll over them out.
Oh, I thought I was
Not
gonna
a-
get it.